Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Please, settle down. Settle down. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Bob Buel, and I will be your host for the evening. I welcome you to the Buely Awards, a show to honor excellence for the podcast 99 Questions. We will go through highlights from the previous episodes, moments that are truly unforgettable. We will listen to compilations of some fan favorite questions. We will get the definitive tally of knife versus bat. We will get the definitive how do you spell gray. And we are going to hear from some former guests as they win awards tonight. Now, what am I doing rambling here? We got some clips to start us off. Then we're going to get into what you all came here for, the Buely Awards being handed out. Now, who's ready? Let's get into them. Roll those clips.
Question 3, steak, chicken, or fish?
The best version of all those things, I'm picking fish.
Oh,
did I get it wrong?
No. I'm sorry.
Jesus.
You get 3 strikes, and then I just end the call.
Oh, God. Okay. Steak, I guess? I don't know. If I'm at a fancy restaurant and I can order a fancy version of a thing, I'm not ordering fancy chicken. I'm ordering a fancy fish. I'm from Boston, so I grew up eating a lot of seafood. So that's probably why that's my answer.
I like it.
Is that not your answer? Is that why you made that noise?
No, I only made the noise because I believe it's the exact same answer that cohort of yours, Adil Rafai, did on a previous episode.
Never mind, I say anything else. But because you did make a noise where I was like, oh my God, is Bob a fish? I actually haven't seen a video of you. So I'm like, oh my God, are you a fish? And I just said I would eat you for dinner. So I'm glad that it's just, it was because you knew I was following in the footsteps of another one of my very uncool but very talented friends, Adil.
Yes. And in an unrelated note, I do need to douse myself in seawater for 1 second here.
Oh,
unrelated.
I knew it. I absolutely knew it. He's a
fish.
No,
don't get... No.
Google him. You guys, I just Googled him and he is a fish.
Dang it. All my gill pictures. I knew I shouldn't have sent those around. Number 26. What is a game you know you can win?
Ooh. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Very hard to lose that game.
It's true.
Because any visual novel is my answer.
One with no end game scenarios.
Yeah, my answer is books, sir. I've bested you yet again. You'll have to try harder than that to stump me.
I've been made a fool of on my own show, on my own program.
Question master, I'd toss your question aside as if it were paper, as if it were simple garbage.
It is paper. It's very clearly on paper.
Halloween, I think Halloween's really great though too. I'm gonna go Halloween.
It's got a lot for everybody.
It really is. It's like spooky. Has some. I was gonna say great songs, but there's only like a very small handful of songs.
I love Monster Bash.
I love Monster Bash. The Transylvania. There's like another one that was like the knockoff of that one too. Like his follow up that was just not great. I can't remember what it's called, but it was like I don't remember. You can look it up.
Come on, let's twist again. Monster Bash.
It was like that. It was
wow.
It was not good, but. If you ever want to hear it, go to a party like Halloween store because they undoubtedly have one of those like 55 Halloween songs, and that's got to be in the rotation because Really, you're working with a limited palette.
Well, what if I told you, Jeff Cork,
What?
that everyone listening to this show is hearing it right now?
All you would-be monsters, come on in. Boris is going to show you how to monster swim.
And then I legally have to cut it off because I can't really play that much, but you're going to get a little snippet.
Yeah. More than a taste. This is like, you're the baby as the food. You're turning your head away and closing your mouth.
Get a little on the lips. That's all you get.
Nope, you just smear it on the lips. That's I don't miss that. That's
Work its way through by
Exactly.
osmosis. 42. Who's the biggest? Maybe we got an answer before. Who's the biggest celebrity you've ever met in person?
Keanu Reeves.
Whoa!
I have a he taught me how to make homemade popcorn, and then I forgot, and then he told me again. And it's a story that's a little bit I will tell the extremely abridged version because it's like one of the wildest stories and beautiful, closest to my heart stories. But basically, I was working at front desk at a production company. He comes in, there's this huge, very embarrassing scenario that happens up front, but then after that, like, settles down. He's just like waiting for his meeting, and I'm at the front desk, and I want to sort of like the entire like preceding 15 minutes were so awkward that I feel somewhere in my soul that I just need, like, I'm gonna be really mad at myself if I don't like say hi or whatever. So I was like, so do you have any good weekend plans? And he's like, probably just read. And he's like the totally like the chillest cool guy ever. And yeah, I should have answered that instead of Jim the cat. Jeez. And I was like trying to be funny because I'm an idiot. And I was like, yeah, me too, except probably with Netflix. And then he said, do you eat popcorn while you watch Netflix? And I was like, yeah. And or like, what did I say? I think I just said no, because then he immediately was like, well, you know, you can make homemade popcorn and it's like really good when you're watching Netflix. And then he like told me his recipe for homemade popcorn. And I was like in this state of absolute like shock and awe. And so I like my head was not taking in popcorn recipe. It was just like, Keanu Reeves is giving me this popcorn recipe. And so at the end, I was like also trying to be funny because I was also still an idiot. And I was like, should have written that down. And then he seemed like genuinely hurt. He was like, you didn't? And then he repeated it. And then I still didn't write it down because I was still in the same sort of headspace. But yeah, that's my biggest meeting.
So A, phenomenal. And then B, so that Keanu Reeves popcorn recipe is still like lost to time.
It's still a mystery. I think that's, yeah, it's the bittersweet sort of word at the end of the screen, sort of the afterword of the movie credits. Like, she did not get the popcorn recipe.
The Shawshank voiceover.
Absolutely,
like,
yeah.
She never got that popcorn recipe. 84? Would you change your middle name?
My middle name is Leland. So no, I would not.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Newspaper spinning up to frame, breaking news.
Leland's name stays the same. Breaking.
Subhead, very slow news day. 20. Are you competitive?
Yes. Am I competing with somebody on this? I'll beat them.
I mean, technically, the previous like 79 guests, I suppose, but
I'm coming for all of you.
All right, Brennan Lee Mulligan, you heard it. Watch out.
Hey, I just met him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we were just on a cruise together.
Oh,
yeah.
He seems like a heck of a guy.
He's amazing. We did D&D. I did D&D for the first time with him.
Well, that's
yeah.
like, oh,
yeah,
the first
like,
time I
like,
smoked weed was with Snoop Dogg. Like,
yes,
that's
exactly,
like...
exactly. It was the most incredible experience ever, and it was on a cruise in front of like hundreds of people. It was amazing.
Question 13: a song
that brings the most emotion out of you?
Ooh. This is so stupid. But I feel like that right after 9/11, everyone was singing that like proud to be an American. I'm not patriotic, like don't get it twisted. But I think it just like first of all, it's funny, it makes me laugh, and that's so the emotion is like giddiness.
Yeah.
But then also like I remember that moment in time when everyone was like so proud to be an American.
Oh yeah. The freedom fries era, as it's known. Yeah.
I don't want people to think I'm like I've got like American flags all over my house or something. That's not me.
Yeah. This is a let it be known, it's an audio media, but Katie is in the back of a pickup truck right now.
Yes. I have an American flag behind me and then a bald eagle on my shoulder.
Yeah, it's sitting there so well trained. Wow. 31. Have you ever had anything named after you?
I think the answer to this is probably no.
Okay.
But with a caveat that like I had a childhood friend who, like we hung out all the time, summers on the Cape, at the age of like 4 through 12 or 13, family friends. Like she had an older sister who was also friends with my brother, and totally in like the childhood imagination, like she was the person I was going to grow up and marry. Like my feelings about her were like so romantic, but totally the romance of like a 6-year-old or 7-year-old brain,
The Winnie Cooper.
Absolutely. Like we would grow up and get hormones and then the game would change completely. But at the time it was like, well, obviously this woman is going to be my wife. And then we like grow up. And in the back of my head, it's like, well, obviously like that was never going to happen. I start dating and I fall in love and I get married to someone else. But I'm like, you know what? If I ever have a kid, I'll probably name them after this person. Haven't yet. Probably won't. My wife and I are pretty ambivalent about having kids. But within the last 5 years, she had a child and named it Sam.
Oh, this is a soap opera episode.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
Unbelievable.
Like, and we've never talked about it. And so maybe she just likes the name.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. But it brings me so much pleasure to give out the first Buely Award of the night. That's right. That's right. The first Buely of the night, the award for best thing named after you. From Game Changer, from Dropout, from College Humor, Mr. Sam Reich. Sam, get on up here.
Wow. What a night. I mean, this is completely unexpected. Hold on. I'm just going to take out my speech here. First of all, I have to say a quick shout out to my fellow nominees, Brennan Lee Mulligan, Abria Iyengar. You tried hard this year, but you can't beat the master. But seriously, we're storytellers. That's what we do. It's really great that specifically the medium of long-form, unscripted, ad-supported based podcasting has given us a vehicle through which to tell our stories. I want to dedicate this award tonight to all the little Sams out there named after me. You'll never live up to my name. You never will. The burden of that expectation is not something I would wish on my worst enemy. But I nonetheless believe merely by having my name, you will experience advantages in the world vis-a-vis that little bit of connection to my celebrity. If I could just go back in time and tell little Sam that he's won a Buely, I just think that his response would be to shout for his parents, and they would race into the bedroom and just call the police, because who is this 38-year-old man in their child's room? I want to thank my agents, my manager, my publicist, my lawyer, my CPA, my personal assistant, my wardrobe specialist, my public relations firm, and no one that I know personally, only people that I have a transactional relationship with. Stay tuned for more. We are just getting started. And see you at the after party. Let's get wrecked. Am I right? Let's get wrecked.
All right, we'll be back with more awards. Let's get back to the clips. 86. Is there a tattoo you wanted to get but are glad you didn't get?
I wanted one of the moon, but like an actual full moon with it would be like a larger tattoo with where you can see the actual the topographical information, I don't know, not necessarily Google Maps deep, but to see the kind of ridges and stuff on the actual moon versus a crescent, a simple crescent moon.
Yeah.
I think I wanted that for a while, but I don't think I would. I'm not a tattoo person, so I probably wouldn't get any tattoo, but I think if I had to get one for a while, I think that would have been it.
All right, so here's my $1 million idea. Trip up to space, moon tattoo in space, then you come back down, and then, I don't know, there's pancakes or something.
Although I think the idea of if there was a way that you could incorporate moon dust into the tattoo process, if the tattoo ink were made of moon dust or something, I think that would be incredible to be the first. And then years later, you would be the first person to die with moon dust in your grave, which would be a weird flex. But then I could put that on my grave and say there's moon dust in this grave. I don't know. That would be my epithet.
I'm heading to Shark Tank with this. This is too good. This is brilliant.
Tattoos from the moon.
You know how you've always wanted a moon tattoo to kill you? Well, don't
Although
you
I think
worry.
at some point, some dystopic thing is going to say here are tattoos made of rare metals, and that would be poisonous to your skin, that would destroy you. But I think that would be. I'm sure that is in the next 5 years, people are going to start you're going to hear podcast ads about.
Oh yeah.
You can get a tattoo with titanium, or instead of a wedding ring, get the other person a tattoo that is gold.
I'm realizing my fault here that was question 69, but question 70 is best pickup line. I should really flip those around. Best pickup line.
Pickup line. What a cool thing. Let's see. I mean, there's the dumb joke about are you into word-based board games, which was from my friend Jesse. That was his joke. Here's a deep cut. One time this was a joke, keep in mind. This was a joke.
All right.
But one time I was at a karaoke bar with Dan Reichert. And
the start of all bad things.
Yeah, and we were both single, and there's a lady that Dan was very into, and I was like, I don't see it. That was up on stage, and she sang "Call Me Maybe."
Okay, yeah.
And she got off stage, and I went to go get a drink, and she was there, and I was a little drunk. I'm sorry, and I said, "Call me maybe," more like "Call me, comma definitely." and she was like, "Hello, what's your name?" And was like, I not exaggerate, was then like, "Hey, let's go back to your place." And I was like, "Oh, hey, whoa, this is confusing."
Amazing.
And I was like, "I'm good. That was just a silly joke. I'm just gonna drink here with some friends. That's fine." And then Dan was outraged that she hit on me and not him.
The fact that it worked.
It was very odd.
69, best pickup line.
I never was the pickup line guy. I was always very nervous around girls. Always. Even when I was going to bars and I was single and stuff, there were times where it was plainly obvious, where it's if a girl was looking at me or smiling or something, my friends would be like, "Just go talk to her. She's obviously interested." I would just be so nervous. I had in college, there were times where there was a girl I worked with at the call center that straight up told my friends that "Hey, I just want Dan to ask me out, like I wish you would ask me out. And so I knew she liked me and I liked her, but I was just so nervous to like ask her out. I never did. So I'm the opposite of that. Ben Hansen, he was the guy that was always, it was really funny because at bars and stuff, he never had any fear whatsoever with talking to girls and doing like cheesy pickup lines and stuff like that. The funny thing with him is, after he would do the pickup line, if any interest was reciprocated, he would just freeze. And I think I've told this story on podcasts before, so I feel like I don't need permission from Ben to tell this. But there's one time we were at Vegas Lounge, it's my favorite bar in Minneapolis, and there was this girl singing "Call Me Maybe" on the karaoke stage, and I thought she was attractive, and I was like, "Oh man, I wish I could just go up and talk to her or whatever." And Hanson's like, "Tell you what you do: go up and just say when she's done, say more like call me definitely." And I was like, "Hanson, I'm not going to do that." And so Hanson did it. Hanson goes up to her at the bar and just says like more like call me definitely, and this girl like grabbed him by the shoulders and it was like, "You are so hot," and she says, "And I haven't had sex in 2 months."
Oh my.
And Hanson just deer in headlights like, "Ah!" And I think he just left the bar.
I love that story so much because when I asked Ben Hansen that question, he told me the exact same story, but from his perspective.
Really?
Yeah. So now I have to go back like a forensic artist and like listen to the two stories back to back.
Oh my God.
I adore that. Call me definitely. Like
that's Hanson. He used to go up to girls and go like, "Oh, are you into word-based board games?" What the hell are you doing, Hanson?
It's a long shot, you gotta respect it. 40. First show as a kid you got really into.
Oh, okay. You can't do that on television.
Oh, nice.
Nickelodeon. That is my earliest memory of like a show that I was watching like unsupervised, and I just fell in love with like the people on that show, and I wanted them all to be my friends. And it just seems so cool to just be, a kid and a comedian and getting, an actor. And that was the best. I, without a doubt, was just like fascinated with what it was, and that it was like I like owned it in a way,
Yeah.
Like I really, really, really got into that show. I haven't seen it in forever. I wonder how it holds up. It's probably really bad. I remember the opening credits being like this Monty Python-esque sort of like cartoon. But yeah, that's the first one I can remember. I think that is
solid.
Something that's always been with me. Yeah.
I love that Nickelodeon basically built their empire just stealing their slime gimmick. Like, truly
crazy. I'm glad you brought that up because that's true. It was not, because obviously that was a Canadian show that they lifted, or they just repurposed, right? Or licensed out rather.
Yeah.
And it was, I don't know, was the slime. If you said, I don't know, you got slimed. And if you said water, you got water poured on you. And the slime gag, oh my God.
Yeah.
Who doesn't think Nickelodeon without green slime?
There's still
or orange slime
in like Zac Efron or whoever shows up to those award shows every year. Like,
it's crazy.
It's wild that that's still happening.
Why is nobody talking about that?
They just stole it from this Canadian show.
Stole it.
But they're too polite to say anything about it.
They're just like, oh, enjoy that gift. Enjoy that little gift. No remuneration is necessary.
We don't need 30 years of residuals. No. You enjoy.
That's amazing. Oh my God. I'm glad we brought that up. We have to talk about that somewhere. Oh my God.
This is a controversy waiting to happen.
Nickelodeon, you bastards.
You know what you did. You know what you did.
Yeah, right? They're Canadian. They'll never seek legal action. They'll never litigate.
They probably don't have phones up there anyway.
Right? Who will pick up their calls anyway?
90, we're on the home stretch. Have you ever lied on your resume?
Oh, yeah. I think we all stretch the truth. I think that no one is like this purist when it comes to their resume. I have definitely said, that I was a business owner and entrepreneur when I was doing something on the side. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I had a website where I was like making games. I was making trailers for indie games, and it was not a full-time job. But on my resume, I would say I was a business owner, and I was, but it was like not really. You know what I mean? I was doing it.
Yeah. A lot of ones where you would go, well, technically.
Yes. Yes. If you dived into it, it's not really true. But I think that it was the bend that I needed to be able to express that I was hungry. And I think that's what resumes really are ways for you to express, in what ways you're hungry and what ways you're striving to be better, to be understood or contribute to society. So if I can do that, I'm going to do it. And if you don't like it, then don't hire me. That's that.
Question 21. Do you consider golf a sport?
Interesting. Well, you kind of have to because the rest of the world considers it a sport.
True. But yet, when you're having ramen for breakfast, must we live by these rules?
I mean, sure. Why not? Do I think it's a good sport? I like mini golf. I love putt-putt.
Yes.
And I would like to play that competitively, so I'll call actual golf a sport too.
We should start calling it like maxi golf, just so like it's seen as a comparison to the superior sport, mini golf.
Yes.
Like we can't just call one golf and the other one mini. It's like no, mini's the main one. This is the spin-off.
I like that.
59. What's a restaurant you would recommend?
If you're in North Carolina, go to Cookout. It's the most food you'll ever get for like $7. It's insane. Like you get your main thing, which is like a double cheeseburger, and then you get 2 sides. But here's the thing. They consider chicken nuggets to be sides. So you could get a burger, chicken nuggets, and then if you want to get double chicken nuggets or fries or hush puppies, it's strange. Everything's a side there. It's really, really good. It's in North Carolina. Outside of that, let me think. What's the place people could go to? I don't even know if Trips is around. That was another good spot in North Carolina. I usually recommend a sushi place out here in LA that I was pretty sure was a money laundering front for drugs.
Ooh.
But man, they had really good sushi because I never saw anyone in there but me. And the sushi was phenomenal. And I don't know how they stayed open for 7 years when I never saw a single customer in there, but it was good. Every time I took people there, they were like, yo, this is really good sushi. And I'm like, yeah, right? Just be prepared for the FBI to come storming in here at some point in time.
One of these days they'll raid it, but until then, we're going crazy on the sashimi. Number 7. What's the largest animal you can beat up in a fight?
Oh God, I'm not a fighter. I'm not even a lover though. That's the thing. It's like I'm somewhere in this weird neutral zone where I'm kind of worthless.
Truly the worst of both worlds.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I honestly feel like I would be quicker to like get in a fight with a human than an animal because humans are kind of bad, and animals don't really do anything to hurt you other than like wasps. I would fuck up a wasp. I'll go with it's tiny. It could really hurt me, but I'll get rid of it fast.
You'll just pay off someone to get rid of the wasp. Is what
I'll get someone to break its legs. Yeah. Because
Really
wasps
send a
don't
message.
pollinate. I learned this the other day. They don't do anything for flowers or for plants. And they're also like quicker to get angry. So I'm like, get rid
What
of
are
the
they
wasps.
doing there? Yeah, just get rid of them.
It's like evolution in a bad way from, let's say a normal honeybee became a wasp. Let's not have that be.
Yeah. No, maybe this is a controversial stance in 2020. I'm very firmly anti-wasp.
Bomb drop sound effect. Yeesh, Bob. I don't know, man. I think, I'm on Twitter right now. # Bob Buel is over party.
Oh, no. Is that Ben Shapiro talking about me? Oh no! Not again.
This has happened before and you bounced back.
This has happened every episode. I don't know. What do I say? Ugh.
I actually found myself agreeing with Ben Shapiro on something the other day, and you guys can cut that out and use that as a soundboard. But so apparently his like corrupt media organization is I forget the name, is moving from LA to Nashville. And it's also partially because California is so blue and they go blue and they'd rather do it in Nashville. But they were like, well, it's also like hard for our like lower level staff members to live in such an expensive city. And I'm like, honestly, man, a lot of more entertainment industry jobs would be better served moving somewhere else. I would love to not have to live in LA. Because I spend too much on rent and it's not easy to get around. And it's like, I'm going outside is like chain smoking.
Yeah, it is. It is literally on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Though, there's rain in the forecast. So,
I really hope so.
Looking up.
Also, the fire that is currently burning closest to me is at like 75% containment. So that's it's the little things in LA.
Hey,
it really is, Bob. I mean, we're going nuts over here. It's at 75% containment, and we're doing shots during the working day.
But it's shots of fireworks into a dry woodland area, which I would not recommend. But
really,
who's going to stop you?
Okay, no, I get that because of the
fires,
because of the fanfare. Oh, the fire, yeah.
Also the fire, yeah. The loud noises,
That's what I just didn't want to you scare anybody in the neighborhood or
Also the fire part.
Yeah, sorry, I keep forgetting. It's like the fire and the expense. How expensive it is to get fireworks. That's the main issue.
Relatively cheap, in fact.
Okay, yeah,
pretty nominal cost.
But also, the price of a memory. You can't really put a price on that.
Well, the price. Yeah, I can. I could bring up the numbers, but the cost of fighting the fire. But
okay, yeah,
I have a very loud
agree.
keyboard.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, well, we're in the ballpark. We're in a currently closed stadium with
and I am in line at Dodger Stadium to get a COVID test right now. So
okay, perfect. And a Dodger dog.
Yeah, don't go to Dodger to get your COVID test, man. They shoved a Dodger dog up my nose. I miss
free with purchase. 48. Best thing you've ever won.
Glory. One time I was at the Rent. I've only ever been to the Rent Fair once, sadly. And I was pretty drunk, and I was walking around, and I started hearing this terrible, cacophonous noise. I was like, "What is that?" And I started following it, and it was the goddamn jester sitting on a dunk tank, going, "You never dropped me." And I was just like, "Fuck this person! I'm gonna dunk him." I went up and I went, "How much?" And he went, $1 for 10 balls. And I went, "I only need 3."
Oh.
And then I dunked her on the third ball. And I didn't even see her reaction. I hit it and it splashed, and I just turned around and walked away.
While unsheathing a sword in your way, just like.
And I just remember thinking, I can never come back to the Ren Fair because, this is the best experience. I also, they had spear throwing, and I was the only person that I just walked up and I threw a spear, and it, stabbed into the hay. And the attendee was like, "You're the only guy today that's been able to do that." And I was like, "Yeah, whatever." I was in a weird mood.
This super cool dude at the Ren Fair.
I was in a weird mood that day. I'm not normally that pompous. I think it was I was role playing a fucking asshole.
There you go. Question 91. Have you ever punched someone in the face?
Yes, I have.
Oh.
I can't believe how many stories you're hitting. This is a Slumdog Millionaire. This is wild. Okay. I won't expedite, but I'm just gonna get through it because I don't want the crown in this case of the longest episode.
I think the crown's coming down whether this story comes out or not, but we'll see. I don't know.
So, Gold Street era, living in Manhattan, working as a bartender. My buddy Jack is an artist. There's a fancy art party. It's like a graduation party. We go with my buddy Connor and my friend Trina. Go to this party. It's artsy. There's music. There's dancing. People are finger painting on each other's faces. It's like the facial expression you just made is priceless. That's exactly the right facial expression.
Okay.
The Jack gets like a Joker smile drawn on his face. I ask for a blue handlebar mustache, which is an inside reference. Talking about nicknames from earlier, there was a period of time where one of my nicknames was the blue handlebar bandito because someone had drawn a blue handlebar mustache on my face at a party, and I had later hooked up with someone while I had the handlebar mustache at the party, and it was the whole thing, and yada yada yada. And it was like, here comes the blue handlebar, the bandito. It was that kind of shit.
Oh yeah.
So I had the blue mustache on. We're walking down, we're at Union Park East. We're passing a 7-Eleven. I rush in to get a bottle of water. I come back out and we're walking. And the reason I rush into the 7-Eleven is because Jack points and says, bad luck spot. I go, what? Points to the ground. I'm standing in a chalk circle that has the words bad luck spot written in it.
Oh, just
I look
plainly
up and down,
spelled out. Wow.
Literally spelled out. I look up and down in both directions, and there's a bunch of these circles all over the sidewalk in both directions. As a guy who carries a Lucky Charm around in my pocket, let me tell you, I was not keen on standing in a bad luck spot. So I rush into, as the shanty Irish prick that I am, I rush into this bodega, grab a bottle of water, rush back out. Bodega, it was a 7-Eleven, Jesus. Just lost my New Yorker license. And pour it on the street. I pour it on the part that says bad and rub it out with my foot, transforming it into a luck spot. And I go,
now that's thinking.
Unbeknownst to me, there were. Do you know what crust punks are? Gutter punks are? Crusties?
The name sounds familiar, but I don't.
Subculture of these like intense. They're like intense. They're like young people that like aggressively panhandle. They like hang out in Tompkins Square Park. And it's like they're panhandling, but they're also wearing like a $800 spiked like custom leather jacket. It's a whole, there's a whole subculture to it. So I rubbed this thing out, and apparently they had drawn these and didn't take too kindly to it. So they get up in a group and start walking and start muttering at us, and we kind of freeze up and go, oh. And they kind of walk past and around us and through it. And this one kid about my height, little anemic looking, spiked collar, hoodie up, shoulder checks me, pushes into his shoulder, my shoulder.
Oh boy.
And I go, I'm sorry, sir. And he whips around and goes, don't call me sir. And I was like, all right, mister, I'm sorry, so sorry. And they continue walking along, and we kind of huddle up and we're like, Jesus, I didn't know that I didn't see them like hanging out on that stoop or whatever. Like, that was scary. I guess they're mad that, whatever. In an instant, my buddy Jack is on the ground, and the dude who had shoulder checked me is standing where Jack is standing. I didn't see it, but he had snuck up while we were huddled up, while his friends were still kind of walking a little bit, grabbed the back of Jack's hair, grabbed his like waist, and threw him face first into the ground. And starts screaming like, yeah, what? Fuck you. Jack pops up. We all leap back as this guy is not continuing to attack us, but like threatening us. And Jack's glasses are broken in his hand. And glasses are broken in his hand. And I look at Jack and I go, like, my God, are your glasses broken? And he goes, yeah. And I turned to the guy and I'm like, did you just break my friend's glasses? And the guy got up, approached me and got up in my face and said, yeah, you want to fight about it? And I remember the sensation of being in my brain being like, this is horrifying. Like, this guy's attacking us. I can't believe. And then I looked out of my eyes to my right and saw my fist traveling through the air. And I was like, oh no.
It's happening. It's happening.
Oh no. My violent Irish ancestors have possessed my body. They're like, you don't drink. You're not Catholic. You'll at least fight. You're going to fight. And I was like, oh, no. And watch this fist from the air. And again, they call it, it's not called the flight response. It's called fight or flight. It's not up to you. Something in your spine will click and your body's going to have a reaction. So in response to this guy's question, I did not give him a verbal yes. He said, do you want to fight about it? And I punched him in the nose as hard as I could. He stumbled back and immediately I went full Ralphie from A Christmas Story, because I was like, this dude's got a knife. This dude's got something. Like, this guy clearly enjoys violence. I called him sir and mister. I'm clearly not cut out for this line of work. Yeah. Like, this guy's going to fucking kill me. So at that point, panic set in and I just bludgeoned this dude I just jumped, because I was like, this is a situation where if this guy pops back up, life gets very bad.
Yeah.
So engaged in that. Now I'm going to tell you the last part of the story. I told this one time to a regular of mine at the bar after it happened, and I was telling the story because I was like, I was still like adrenaline high. I couldn't believe that it happened.
Yeah.
And to listen to my regular as a cop, and the cop, in response to this next part of the story I'm going to tell you, was like, hey man, that's a cool story. You shouldn't say that part because that's a felony. But it's been a long time and this guy's gone and whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
The dude, I was hitting the guy. I realized I needed to stop hitting him because I was over him. He was crouched down. He wasn't like on his hands and knees, but he was crouched, holding his head because I was punching his head and shoulders and back.
Yeah.
And something went like, this is unsporting. Stand back. And I stood back because I had like full went berserk on the guy.
Yeah.
And he stood up and looked at me and I said, give me all the money you have on you. And he said, fuck you. And I said, you broke my friend's glasses. We're all so broke. We don't have any money. You're going to pay for my friend's glasses.
Yeah.
And that's the part that the cop was like, well, that's robbery. You can't do that. I was like, noted. So the dude the dude says like, you want to fight me for it? I love fighting. And it's this point, like the nerd part of my brain is coming back online. And I'm like, actually, you clearly don't. I tried to fight you and you curled up in a ball and I had to stop punching you because I felt sad for you. So that's not accurate. And that got him really mad and he turned around and whistled for his friends. At this point, his friends kind of have like stopped a little ways down the block. Whistles, it's like, come on, let's get him. His friends look at each other, check in, and keep walking.
Oh, man.
And he turns around to look at me with his eyes wide, and I hold up my arms in this sort of universal come at me bro gesture. Gotta remind you, full blue handlebar mustache, the whole encounter.
I had forgotten about the handlebar.
People forget. You gotta remember the blue handlebar bandito strikes again. And I hold my arms out like, what's it gonna be, man? This dude sprints into traffic. Just whoosh into Park Avenue towards Union Square, immediately can't follow him. Like he almost gets hit. And, any badass part of me is immediately offline at this point. And I reach for something to say and just go full LARPer and just yell, coward, coward at the top of my lungs.
And then a tiny version of the Final Fantasy victory music played. Once again, I know you're not making these up, but just the fact that these just keep coming up in such a natural way.
I know. It's crazy. It's really crazy.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. We're back live at the Buely Awards, and we are here with our first compilation of the night. What I thought was a simple question. Question 18. Spell the word gray.
Who says it? What have you do you have a tally of who spells it with an A, who spells it with an E?
That's a good supercut. I really should do that. Who's the team AYs? Who's the team EYs? What's the tally sitting?
Yes. Are you A or E?
Oh, GR. I wanted to say EY.
GREY.
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 GRAY. All the way GRAY.
You said no gotchas. GRAY.
Okay.
GRAY.
GREY.
Wow.
There, I said it.
Wow.
You happy?
No, probably a GREY, I think.
GRAY.
GREY?
I mean, GREY.
GREY.
GRAY. GREY.
GREY.
I'm going to say GRAY.
GREY.
GRAY.
GREY.
GRAY.
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 I'm going to say GRAY.
GREY.
GRAY.
GRAY.
For me, it's going to be GREY.
It's an E. It's definitely an E.
GRAY.
GREY. GRAY. AP style and just common decency would have you spell it that way.
Clearly GREIGH.
GRAY.
GRAY. GREY. GRAY.
And I usually use an E.
GRAY.
GRAY.
GREY.
GREY.
Yep.
AY.
GRAY. Gray.
GRAY. GREY.
Oh, GRAY.
I think I'm going to say GRAY.
GRAY.
I would go GRAY. I think I would be an AY guy.
GREY.
I would personally go with GREY.
I think I'd go with the AR.
GREY.
Wow. With no hesitation.
I am an EY person. I am not an AY person. If that's what you were trying to get out of me.
GREY.
It's GRAY.
I instinctively spell GREY.
GRAY.
But I like to spell it with an A. GRAY.
GRAY. I'm not crazy.
GREY.
GREY.
I've said the A version.
GREY.
GRAY.
GRAY.
GREY.
I would go GRAY.
GREY.
Well, in America, GRAY, right? A for America.
GRAY.
GREY.
It's EY.
There we have it, folks. As we stand here today, the tally is GREY 36 and GRAY 38. We'll be back with our next award of the night after these clips. Enjoy.
64.
bucket list item you probably won't accomplish?
Huh. A bucket list item I probably won't accomplish, but is on my bucket list is living on a boat for a year. I want to live on a boat. But the truth is and maybe it's just because I'm not experienced, but I am not a captain. I don't really trust myself with being able to keep myself, like, I wouldn't want to be living in a boat in a harbor. I'd want to be like sailing the world for a year. And I think that the only way I could do it is if I met someone who I trusted enough as a captain to go on this experience with, but also who I liked enough as a person to want to share such a confined space with. And the unfortunate thing is I'm not a person that likes to share every moment of my life with someone. I've never lived with like a partner. I really do like my own space. And so having to live in that close of quarters with someone would be very hard for me. So I actually don't know if I'm ever going to be able to do it unless I became a qualified enough sailor and or captain to do it by myself, which would be a lot of work. And so I don't know if it's going to happen.
Yeah, that's a rough Venn diagram of two qualifications for someone to have. Like,
I know. I'm like, how many boat captains do I know that I would want to spend a year at sea with? Probably not that many.
So here's my new app idea. It's like Tinder, but it's only boat captains, right? So
and the only person they can match with is me.
Correct.
It's me on one side, and then a bunch of boat captains. No, there is a fake online site called seacaptainmeet.com. And I'm furious that it's not real, but it is literally a site that someone created called seacaptainmeet.com. And I looked it up once because I was like, I need to find someone.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah.
This is my new Shark Tank pitch. It's happening.
You're like, and it's, I should make it a reality TV show. If there are any reality TV show producers out there listening to this, please literally hit me up. I will do this in a heartbeat. I am looking for my match to go sail the 7 seas with. We can do a 2-part series. The first part is me finding my match, and then the second part is at sea.
This is perfect.
Come on!
This is absolutely like an A&E show.
This is amazing.
Oh,
I am pitching it. I'm gonna literally post this part of the podcast. This is going. I'm gonna sound clip it and be like, I'm being dead serious. If anyone wants to produce this show, let me know. It will be extremely entertaining.
All I need is 10%. That's all I need.
Like, I did in fact prompt the question. So
I love it. I love it.
I think we're gonna make this happen, Bob. We'll talk.
I'll have my people call your people. Question 24. Theme parks?
Oh, yeah. I have really fond memories of when I was younger. I could really go to theme parks and like ride roller coasters all day long. The last time I tried, as you get older, your body just generally holds up a poorer under those circumstances. So like,
yeah,
the last time I went to a theme park and went on a few roller coasters, I was really feeling it for the next couple days. But it's still fun. So yeah. Theme parks, yes.
I remember the moment I got old, quote unquote, was like late 20s. And those roller coasters where like your feet are dangling, like you're all strapped in up here and your feet dangle off the bottom. And I got off of that and I just said, like, everyone was like, oh, how cool. And oh, this flips and spins. And I was like, my knees hurt. I was like, I'm an old man now. Just let me retire in peace.
Yeah. My other problem is I wear glasses and not contacts. So I'm constantly afraid that my glasses are going to fly off my face, because once they did and they landed, because of I know this sounds totally ridiculous, but I promise you this is true.
Okay.
That because of the way the arc of the specific roller coaster, this was at Valley Fair here in Shakopee, Minnesota, that because of the arc of the roller coaster, the glasses flew off my face, were like gone beyond my reach. But because of their trajectory and the roller coaster trajectory, they landed back in my lap like 2 seconds later.
I was hoping they would go directly back into your face. Like hooked behind the ear and all, just like...
Yeah.
Wow.
Not quite
Amazing.
that good, but still, it is still a moment in my life that I look at and I'm like, that did not happen, right?
All right, question 25, dubbed the Ron Bennington after a famous radio personality. You're standing in a wrestling ring, and a wave of 9-year-olds, a random mix of boys and girls, are coming down to that ring to fight you. How many 9-year-olds could you beat in this fight?
Honestly, until they give up, because I love nothing, and Bob, you know this about me. I love nothing if not kind of knocking around a bunch of toddlers. So I'll roll one of them up into a ball and sort of punt them into the crowd, and then I'll get up on the ropes and just kind of wave my hands in the air victorious, and the crowd goes wild.
Oh yeah,
no, they would kick my ass. I wouldn't get any of them.
Zero? You're going with the zero?
Look, if somebody was trying to hurt my family, I think I could put up a fight. But other than that, I'm not like I said, I'm not a fighter. I'm soft, really.
Wow.
I'm a cream of wheat man. And you're a rack of ribs.
Everyone keeps calling me. Why does this keep happening?
It's not a bad nickname, but it's not ideal. Yeah,
No.
They used to call me Rack of Ribs Buel.
Pardon?
I'm not gonna say it twice, man.
As you bring out a baby back from your pocket, start gnawing.
Do you mind if I gnaw?
This is unrelated to the nickname, though. I've only started doing this.
I just came from a saddle ranch.
All right, question 16. Favorite holiday?
Halloween, hands down.
Ooh.
Has anyone ever said Arbor Day?
I have not gotten an Arbor Day.
I want to meet someone who's just like nuts about Arbor. Like I want like dresses like a tree and like goes nuts and it's like, got the whole food, all the conifer food, lots of pine needles and nuts.
I'm interviewing a squirrel next week, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed on that.
Absolutely.
But I know he also loves Memorial Day, so who knows?
Maybe next Arbor Day, I think I'm going to have an Arbor Day party and just go fucking nuts.
I love that. Just really go all out, like green tinsel across the walls.
And I'm going to call it. I'm going to do a bit of a slant rhyme, and I'm going to call it an. Well, it's not a slant rhyme. I'm going to make it a rhyme. It's going to be called my Arbor Day Parbor. So instead of party, it'll be Parbor. And people in the know will love it, and people who don't know will hate it.
People go, this typo? No, not even close.
And of course, we carve up a tree.
You want some more gravy for your tree there?
And of course, the mascot for Arbor Day is Shrek because he lives in the swamp.
What are you doing in his swamp?
Yeah. And the day after Arbor Day, you make waffles in the morning.
I love it. Question 5. Best gift you've ever given?
I can tell you the most annoying gift I've ever given.
Yes.
To an ex of mine, I painted a picture of Bjork, but I divided it up on 5 8x11 canvases, and so there were just parts of her, and then I glued those canvases onto a giant canvas the size of a small child and gave it to him right as he was going to New York.
New York.
What's he gonna do? Put it on a plane? Check it for his New York apartment? What?
New York apartments famously spacious as well. So
famously, so much room out there in the big city. That's why they call it the big city.
Oh yeah,
the Big Apple. This apple isn't big. Can't be big enough.
Oh, Clint Eastwood, his famous quote: "This town is plenty big for all of us."
Oh yeah, and he was talking about New York.
And he was talking about New
People
York.
don't know that.
Yeah.
Clint Eastwood smacking the roof of a taxi going, "I'm walking here." Yeah, that's a scene I want to see. Question 2. Who's the coolest dude?
Ooh, man. Weirdly enough, I'm just gonna go off the first person that came to my
Off
mind
the dome. Yeah.
was freaking Penn Badgley. I don't know why he is the coolest dude. Just hearing the phrase coolest dude, I was like, gotta be Penn Badgley. I actually think he's probably not that cool. He seems a little lost in the sauce in terms of like social media and things. Like he's
Yeah.
on TikTok and it's like a little off, you know? He's just being told what, like with the lawyer being told you should do this trend. But I feel like I gotta stick with my weird gut reaction there.
Gotta go Badgley. You gotta go Badgley.
Gotta go Badgley. Come on.
I've said it every episode, people.
Good.
You gotta go Badgley.
Badgley, yes. That's the slogan for 99 questions. Gotta go Badgley.
It's on t-shirts. People go,
Get Penn
"Wow."
Badgley onto 99 questions and see if he answers himself for the coolest.
Ooh, I don't think anyone has answered themselves for that. That's that's classic Badgley.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to
Cheers.
The lovely folks at Tullamore Dew and whatever that is.
Ciroc.
Ooh, classy.
We drink only celebrity liquors in my house.
Ooh.
That's
a
only
good
half
rule.
true. That's only half true.
Someone
But we do
tries
like
to,
Ciroc.
It would be great if someone tried to walk in with like a liquor bottle and you just like grab him by the collar, like, who endorses it?
Get out. Is that Casadores? You can come in.
Stolish Naya, get out of here.
Get out of there. Aviation gin, you're in. Get in here.
You gotta
Let's
sit on
go.
the couch. You pass.
You passed the test.
52. What's the last thing you Googled? Or
Oh.
Binged. I don't have to be brand specific.
Binged. Oh, I don't know. How do I look that up? What if it's like
Excellent question.
wieners?
It's not what you think, though. It's the penises
not what
I
you
was
think.
looking up.
It's wiener.
62. Typical day off.
You know, I don't take enough time off. I'm sort of at my workstation every day, including the weekends, and I need to get better about that, and hopefully I will. I take long walks around the neighborhood. With the pandemic, it's been hard to have true time off.
Yeah.
I listen to like audiobooks while I walk, which is nice. Go to parks with Elaine and the dog. Every once in a while, go on a hike. Time away from screens feels like more and more important. Like if I'm not careful, I can go from like screen to screen to screen all day.
Yeah.
It's like at my computer and then like watch the Great British Baking Show while I eat dinner and then like climb in the bath and check Twitter. So I'm trying to get better about that in general.
Yeah. No, I totally hear you. After a year of basically being forced to just stare at a screen all day, my last 3 or 4 months have been mostly just going to a park or fishing. Or
Yeah.
just anything
Nice.
else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they have good fishing in New Jersey?
Oh, some of the best.
Seriously?
Well,
you're not just like getting at like radioactive tin cans. Sorry,
it's like a Simpsons bit. They're just-
Yes.
No.
Absolutely. Blinky.
No, genuinely, there is a lot of good fishing around here.
Wow.
Fluking. You want to go fluking? You want to go trouting? You
Huh.
want to go for some whitefish? All
I
sorts
feel like
of.
I haven't seen the real Jersey.
Oh yeah, head down to not the MTV Jersey Shore, but the rest
Yes.
of the shore.
Got it. I've only ever been to medieval times. That's my entire my impression of New Jersey is that it's a restaurant with horses.
You're not wrong. I'm not. Yeah. I'm hard pressed to find
funny.
any fault in your argument, but there's
It's a little more on the fringes for sure.
Yeah.
Other than that smelly stretch.
Totally.
48. Best thing you've ever won.
I would say the best thing I've ever won is weirdly, it was a very ill-fated thing. There was one year that my LARP camp gave Oscars for performances in games, which was like an old tradition from this other iteration of the camp. But the problem is at a summer camp, there's already like clickiness and popular kids. And giving awards for shit is not ideal in the most circumstances. Yeah. That being said, I won a little foam gold spray painted Oscar holding a little foam sword for best use of a spell in game. And I'm really proud of that to this day. I cast a fear spell on a horse. And I mean on a real horse. We were playing on land at this thing where there was this, we were playing on land where some people that like owned the land often came to play with us. And they would like, sometimes they weren't like staff, but they were adults. So they were a little bit reckless at times with the kids and stuff like that. Okay. We had one person who was like a huge horse enthusiast. She loved horses. And so she would get in big costumes and get big foam weaponry and then ride a real horse. And it doesn't matter if your sword is foam, the horse is made out of horse. So it can't participate. It's not like a buffer horse. It's like if you're running me down in the street on a horse with a foam sword, I'm not clocking the sword and going, "Oh, phew, we're very safe." It's like. So I was this wizard, and also the character that this person was playing was some very powerful, like fairy sorceress thing. And I was like, Jesus, how do I protect the kids I'm traveling with from getting run over in real life by a horse without like stopping, without going like reality check, stop the game, and being like, what the hell are you doing? Use better judgment. You're an adult. Like, what do I do? So instead, I blew my horn, which freezes time in the game. The person choked up on the horse's reins to make their horse act out the spell. And I, instead of casting it on the person who I knew was pretty powerful, I cast it on the horse. So I was like, "You there, the very terrifying horse, by my power as a mage of Gelgador, I put upon you a terrible fear spell, and though your rider is fearsome, I have to assume, hopefully, you're just a regular horse, and magic will probably work on you. Fear by the power of 10, fear." And sure enough, the person, to their credit, turned their horse around and acted out the fear spell on their horse's behalf. Nice. And even threw out a couple like, "You horse, stop doing this," even though they were actively making the horse go and do it. So, phew.
Yes. Thank goodness that A, the LARPing went well, and B, no children were trampled.
Trampled by a horse. You can only save a few, and that day we walked away with everybody. So we were appreciative for sure. Phew.
Very nice. How cool is New Jersey?
Oh, dude.
There's something so unique about this state, and it's tough to describe for people outside of it, because I think everyone has a connection to their state, and people, obviously a little tribalism, a little team spirit, whatever you want to call it, but people enjoy that, rooting for their home location. But there is just something about, just like you were saying with Danny DeVito, as soon as I meet somebody and they're like, "Oh, where are you from?" "Oh, friggin' Elizabeth." "Oh, yeah. I'm what's your exit on the Parkway?" Yeah.
Exactly.
Like,
"Oh, Tommy Latucci, that guy?" It's like, "Oh yeah,
oddly,
dude, of course."
Probably will. Like, that's the wild part about this state.
It's a club.
It is. It really is. It's a VIP pass somehow.
It is. It's a club, and I relate it a lot to like the hockey club, because not everybody's in it.
Yeah.
But if you're in it, you know each other perfectly. It is just this thing that not a lot of people can share. I mean, look, there's a lot of people who live in Jersey. It's not all of Jersey.
That's also true.
It's kind of like a triangle that's pointing at Pennsylvania.
I have the perfect visual in my brain. Yes, it is.
Right? It's just that part that matters.
Like draw a line from like Fort Lee going west, kind of
down to like Freehold.
Yeah. Listen,
you know,
if you're like
where I grew up around there.
One on the Parkway or something. That's great.
Yeah,
but...
it's like if you can commute to Manhattan.
Yes.
You're in the club.
If you can go to New York, but you're kind of sick of going to New York.
Yeah. It's not a novelty,
you're
right?
over it at a certain point.
Yeah, it's totally that, dude. Everyone's in the club and everyone knows the same thing, and you all sort of like have this camaraderie. And you know, and the best thing is that you all know, as much as New Jersey has its faults, where it can get overcrowded, the traffic is sometimes unbearable. But you learn to deal with it, and you learn to like. And then you learn like, hey, it's not Long Island, and that's the thing, and that is the key to the club. If you've never walked through the door, all you have to say at the password at the front is Long Island sucks, right? And everyone knows it, and even the people on Long Island know it too, because half of them wind up living here. It's just this club, dude. It's, you know, there's a little bit of everything. It is. There are parts of it that are horrific in terms of like what they kind of look like. And I think a lot of people land in Newark and they see power plants and, factories, and they're just like, oh my God, an entire state of this.
That little stretch of turnpike that does smell. It's just a small stretch, people.
Yeah,
I promise
you. It's just
you.
exit 13. Yeah. Like that's it.
It does stink, but it gives the whole state a bad rap.
Exactly. And you travel 5 miles away, and you're just like, oh my God, I'm in the mountains. I'm at the shore. I'm at a lake. I'm skiing. I'm doing all these things. It has everything. It has 4 seasons, which I used to not brag about, but now apparently that is a desirable characteristic of a place. Like, yeah, we got 4 seasons here. It's great. And that's I think that's it. I think a lot of it is the club mentality. The food's great, the people are great, and that's the thing. Everyone, as much as like, you can butt heads with people in your area or people from another town over or whatever it is, at the end of the day, you're all just like, yeah, but we're from New Jersey. It's gonna be okay.
We'll be fine.
It's gonna be fine because we could just have great food and beer and like be fine. It's just gonna be okay.
The best.
It's like what's that, Atlantic City? No, it's out of the triangle. That's out of the triangle.
It's a totally different world down there. Northwestern New Jersey, you're a totally different thing. But
for people who don't know, at some point you can travel south enough in New Jersey and you're just in like severely eastern Pennsylvania.
You're in the Pine Barrens. Like
yeah, like that's where you wound up. Sorry. They might have a New Jersey mailing address, but that's about it.
They know what they are.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
I love it. I
think that last clip spoke for itself. The Buely Award for Best State from GiantBomb.com. It's Jeff Bacalar. Jeff Bacalar, get on up here.
Oh my God. The Buely for Best State. What an honor. It is truly the greatest of honors to accept this award, not just on behalf of myself, but also the great state, the Garden State of New Jersey. This Buely, it means a lot. It means a lot because as we discussed, Bob, New Jersey is most certainly the best because it is not Long Island. Long Island is an insane, ridiculous piece of land that no one has any business occupying, let alone settling down and raising a family. We all know this to be true. New Jersey is very special. It is the most desirable place to live and also the most misunderstood place to live. And only if you are from the great state of New Jersey, can you understand that statement and have it make sense to you? So whether you are team pork roll or Taylor ham, South, Central, or Northern New Jersey, well, maybe not Southern, but I accept this award on most of New Jersey's behalf. And I want to thank you, Bob, for this Buely. It is one of the greatest honors of my podcasting career to be able to accept it on behalf of my home state, the great state of New Jersey. I thank you very much, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Question 7. What's the largest animal you can beat in a fight?
Well, I have been in a fight with a monkey before. And I don't know who won.
Okay, that was
fight.
the follow-up there, yeah.
Yeah, it was a small monkey, too.
The fact that it was that
joking.
close.
I'm not joking right now.
I fully believe you.
I grew up in San Diego, and there were I wanted to be on stage and be funny, and so my parents signed me up for this thing called Christian Youth Theater, which I learned after about 10 years of doing it off and on. I only then realized that you needed to be a good singer and dancer to get any acting roles, and so I basically was always like a villager and stuff. But one of the dudes from that participated in making the band. And he got into O-Town. That's right. That guy with dreads in O-Town singing Liquid Dream, that song about coming in your pants when you're sleeping. That's literally what that song is about.
Yeah.
And they tried to release it as a hit American single. Anyways.
That's what people want to listen to on the radio. Like,
yeah, that guy stuck around, like, he was dating or married, I don't even remember, someone who was involved with CYT still. And so they were always around. And instead of having a kid, they bought a monkey. And this monkey, its name was Abby, and it was a beast. It was a demon spawn because it was completely untrained. And basically the reason monkeys don't make good pets is because they reach like their terrible twos and then they never leave them. And they're also very strong, and they don't understand why violence is not good. So, like, there were all these stories of like this monkey. There's this one girl that got chased by it, and she was like in the bathroom with the door, and it was like reaching through, scratching at her, and like and I don't know what kind of monkey it was, but it was the size of the one from Friends. It was like that. You know, not a chimpanzee, but like something a little
sit on your shoulder kind of.
Yeah. And so one of our friends' parents owned this racquetball club, and we would go there after hours and just hang out. Christian kids that don't drink or do drugs really have to get creative when it comes to what you do. Yeah. And so we were just sitting there hanging out while that married couple was inside one of the racquetball rooms, like playing racquetball or whatever. And Abby, the monkey, was with us on a leash, like sitting with this one girl, and she was like petting it and stuff. And my friend kept throwing this little dodgeball at me. And when it would hit my head, it would go doom. And Abby would look at me and hiss. And I was like, dude, stop throwing that ball at me. Abby's going to attack me. And then he kept throwing it. And after like the fourth time, it hit me. And he actually hit me like right in the face. And I was like, ah. And then there was something on top of me. And I was like, ah. And it was Abby. And she was scratching me. And I just want to clarify, I don't support animal abuse. This was completely reactionary self-defense, like fight or flight.
Yeah.
So I had the ball in one hand, and I pulled Abby off the top of my head with my left hand, and I like held her against the wall that I was leaning against, and she bit into my hand with her fangs, and completely reactionary. I pushed her away, and then I chucked the dodgeball at her, and I nailed her. And then I got up and ran away, and I was bleeding because I had 2 huge fang marks in my palm and scratches all up my arm and on my face. And like I'm a pretty chill guy, but that like sent me over the. I've never really been like that. I ran back over, and she was on the leash. She was at the end of her leash, jumping up at me, and I was standing over the monkey, going, "Fuck you, Abby, you stupid fucking monkey! I fucking hate you." And then because, we were yelling and stuff, that married couple that owns the monkey, they look out, and, racquetball clubs have that big window.
Yeah.
And they just see Abby freaking out and me standing over her yelling at her. Oh. And so they come out and they pick up Abby. They go, "Why are you yelling at her? I don't understand." And meanwhile, I'm like bleeding. I'm like, "Your fucking monster attacked me." So I just want to clarify once again, I've never hit any other animals.
Yes.
It was only that I was being actively clawed and bitten. And I had a dodgeball. And it was a soft dodgeball.
Yeah.
She nearly
she
was
caught it.
totally fine.
Yeah, it was fine. Wow.
Yeah. What was the question?
Is it, have you ever been attacked by a monkey at a racquetball court, actually?
Oh, well, yeah. Actually, I'm going to pass on that one.
That's fair.
Okay.
54. What professional wrestler would you compare yourself to?
I don't know. I'm not a WWE guy.
Okay.
I'm not familiar. So I guess I would throw that to you. What character, what wrestler do you think I'm similar? I guess Andre the Giant, maybe. Anybody want a peanut?
It's a very good impression.
Thank you.
No, I mean, I'm not gonna say Andre. I'm gonna say who's like a. I can't think of anyone that's not insulting.
Bob, go for it. I'm curious. I think the listeners would like to hear it too.
The first name that came up was Jim Neidhart.
Hold on, I have to look this up.
Okay.
That's not the dude who beefed with Andy Kaufman, is it?
No, that's Jerry Lawler.
Okay.
Jim Neidhart, Neidhart, I believe, is the last name.
Yeah, this interview's over.
Fair. More than fair.
I kind of want his tights.
He's got an epic beard, though. If you see that little triangle gimmick,
has not aged well. Let me tell you.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I didn't think.
Oh, he's dead. No, I didn't even.
Yeah.
I didn't.
No.
Yeah.
I didn't mean that. I was thinking of him during his retired years. Yeah, he kind of fell off a little bit. But
I'm learning a lot. If you're still with us, I apologize if you're a big Jim fan.
And it brings us right to the top of the mountain. Question 99, the titular question, if you will.
Woohoo.
What do you want to be remembered for?
Honestly, I would like to be remembered for not being an asshole. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know what I want to be remembered for. It would be nice to be remembered,
Yeah.
in general. So, I mean, I feel like being remembered at all would be great. If it happens to be for my killer throat abilities, dope. If it happens to be because I wasn't a jerk, even doper. If it's because I'm unintentionally the naked neighbor, I'll take it.
All right, the aptly numbered 69. For some reason, I had this question at 70, and I didn't even realize I had to move it to 69. Best pickup line.
Oh man, I need you to play along with me. Okay,
sure.
Well, actually, it's a series of 3 pickup lines, and this is you don't need to play along. Never mind.
Okay,
I changed my mind. Sorry,
I've taken my actor hat off.
Okay. It's a series of 3, and this only works if I have like people hyping me up as I go, because they also need to know the pickup lines. But the 3 pickup lines, and I'm going to hate myself if I don't remember all 3. But the first one is, "Yo, are you French? 'Cause madame." And then that's followed up with, "Hey, like, I'm sorry if that was a little rude, but I just want to let you know you're beautiful. You're so natural. You're like a flower. You're like a damn DeLion." The last one. And this has like a lot of setup, and this has like a lot. This is supposed to be like I'm flanked with like my crew, and they're all going like, "Oh!" But the last one is like, "Hey, like you seem tropical. There's something exotic about you. If you were a fruit, you'd be a fine apple." And I'm not going to say my batting average for that is 100, but I have done reasonably well. Surprisingly,
even Babe Ruth hit a couple foul balls. You know what I mean? Like it happens. That is excellent.
Feel free to use that.
Yeah.
Anyone listening, feel free to use it. If you need someone to back you up on the phone, I got you.
Chad Ochoa is certified. Number 6. What did you want to do for a living when you were a kid?
Vet. Wanted to be a vet.
Oh, you wanted to be a veteran of a war.
I wanted to be a war vet. I wanted to not like be in the war. I wanted to do everything after the fact.
Just fast forward a little bit.
Yeah.
Till the medals and the hat, the whole deal.
Absolutely.
The honor.
I wanted to be a war vet. And everyone's like, "You don't mean you want to like cure animals?" I'm like, no, that's child play. I want to be thanked for my service at a Denny's.
More than anything. Top O the bucket list.
Yeah. So vet in any form.
74. What's something you tried to cook and failed?
I just had a recent example of this. Oh, Infamous. I got this. Beginning of the pandemic, my roommate and I were getting drunk a lot at night because there was nothing else to do. We were locked inside, so we were just like, we'd go get beer and we'd like get drunk. We were super hungry. We were making food. There's a video of me that goes around the internet every so often. I was making pasta and I was seasoning it. My roommate handed me a thing of red pepper flakes. And he was like, "Put these in there." And I'm like, "Oh, you don't know how to, do you think I don't know how to season my sauce? I know how to season my sauce." And I'm drunk and I'm unscrewing the cap of the red pepper flakes instead of just flipping the top open. So I go, "You don't think I know how to season my sauce?" And I dump the entire thing of red pepper flakes in the entire pot of pasta and just completely ruin the entire dish. It is like comical, like the timing of that video. It is so funny. Because I was doing like an Instagram live or something. We were just like messing around. And so I have that memory on footage. And it goes around Twitter every so often because it's really fucking funny.
37. What's the worst movie you've ever seen?
The worst movie I've ever seen. Gosh, that's tough. See, I feel like I don't see many bad movies anymore because it's so easy to know now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's so easy to find reviews and like Twitter and like you kind of get a sense of like whether it's worth your time. So I tend to not go for stuff until I see like people kind of hyping it up or whatever. I remember when I was a kid, there was this movie called King Ralph where like it was some dumb thing where like John Goodman was this American slob and somehow he was distantly related to like the British royal family, and there's some dumb thing like he becomes the king of like England. Of course, it's like fish out of water, and stuff. Anyway, we hated it so much that, and we were literally the only people in the audience, me and my friend Ben, and so we got in this debate about whether the film screen was like hanging, you know what I mean, like a projector screen in class, or was it actually like on the wall, like actually on the wall. So we ended up throwing our shoes at the screen just to like test in our thesis. And it turned out it was hanging because it kind of billowed. Like when my shoe hit it, it like kind of billowed. But so I don't know. That was a pretty shitty movie, and I always remember throwing our shoes at it.
I mean, it was a learning lesson. If anything,
it was. Well, I mean, I never knew that. Like it was always one of those things. I actually thought it was on the wall. I didn't think it was hanging, but And maybe it's probably different for different theaters or whatever, but I don't know. It was fun. That was fun.
But King Ralph taught us that day.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
A lot of people growing up, The Simpsons kind of was a very early comedic voice that, you know, they took from that show. And so what I want to know is, what inspired you and your comedic voice going into that show? Because obviously, you know, it's kind of ripple affected, and you can feel that style of humor in a lot of shows out today. But like, where did you come to the table? Where did you get those comedy inspirations from?
From first of all, Mad Magazine. Mad Magazine was everybody like. It's very hard to explain to people how little entertainment there was compared to how much there is today. Like, I'm talking about, imagine when you only had 3 TV channels, or 4 or 5 if you lived in a big city. There was no ability to record anything. You'd either watch what was on,
Yeah.
or you could go to the movies, and that was it. And, you know, and then eventually in the 80s, you got VHS tapes, right? And things like that. But there was no internet, and thus, like, there wasn't that much to do. Like, for kids, especially for kids, like, people didn't really give a shit about kids. I have to say, like, there was no Nickelodeon, you know, there was no, like, they rerun old shows, old cartoons, like, you know, Looney Tunes in the afternoon. But also people didn't care about, like, kids could go out and just play all day. Like, a 5-year-old could go out on his bicycle and return at dusk, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's like, people weren't worried about kids. They didn't care about kids. And so there wasn't entertainment for kids per se. That's why Mad Magazine was so unique. Mad also really wasn't written for kids either. It was, you know, they had parodies of A Clockwork Orange, things like that in it. Like, it wasn't written for kids, but kids loved it. And so for pretty much everybody who grew up between the 50s and the 70s, that was your Bible. And it only came out once every, you know, 8 times a year. So then you had to, you know, if you were desperate, you'd go buy a copy of Crack if you could find it or something to fill in the gaps. And then, like, starting, so Mad, obviously everybody at Simpsons, same thing, all grew up reading Mad. It was your Bible. Then also, for me personally, because the other guys at Simpsons were older, I would say Saturday Night Live, early years of Saturday Night Live, National Lampoon magazine, and there was a lot of crossover between those two.
Yeah.
And 1980s David Letterman, all very inspirational to me, and also, you know, made me want to get out and be in happening places like New York and LA and things like that. And so those are probably the 4, Mad Magazine being number 1 by far, early SNL, early Letterman, and National Lampoon magazine are all of those. They're all instrumental in that, in composing that. And I'd say that probably holds true for many of the people who wrote for The Simpsons.
Wow. Yeah. I can honestly see it. Like, as you're mentioning these, I can even think of specific jokes and specific bits that are just like, yeah, no, that's kind of paced out like those comedy bits. I heard a critique, you know, an analysis of those Simpsons seasons, and somebody described it as having the pace of a old school comic book strip, like not a comic book, but a comic strip from the newspaper. And it's like, yeah, it kind of does. Like the way the punchlines is set up in some ways, some of them at least. And yeah.
Also, I should say it's not. I didn't create the Simpsons at all. We just came in by hired hands. But I would say Sam Simon, who composed the original staff, was very cognizant of having people who came from late night. Like they were not people. This is one of the things that I think is critical in understanding The Simpsons. Sitcoms before The Simpsons, 99% of them were pretty bland. And they didn't have. And so when Sam was composing the staff, I don't know that there was anybody besides him who would ever worked on a regular show. Like George Meyer, Swartzwelder, John Vitti, all these people came from Saturday Night Live or from Letterman. And they didn't there's a couple people I'm sure who worked on other sitcoms. I know Mike Canal had worked on Alf, I think, or something, but they also had come from Carson. And so like the sensibility that The Simpsons presented to America in 1989 when it came on was not a type of humor that you would see on prime time. And that's what Fox was a brand new network. So they wanted to be outrageous. They wanted to have a certain vibe that you didn't see on regular primetime television. It's very hard to remember that now because so much of television is, you know, whatever. It's gotten, you get South Park, Family Guy. There's a whole stuff that kind of stuff didn't exist prior to 1990. So a late night sensibility, what I mean is the sensibility that you'd see on SNL, the kind of jokes you'd see on SNL or Letterman, that was brought to TV on The Simpsons, primarily by the architecture of Sam Simon's staff.
Question 14. What's your favorite music video?
Oh, Estranged by Guns N' Roses. Have you seen this?
Oh, no.
It's part of their it's the something trilogy, and it's like it starts with "Don't Cry," which is there's nothing super crazy going on in that video, and then it goes to "November Rain" is the middle part. It's the dark middle of the trilogy, and in "November Rain" is the one where Slash is in the middle of the field in front of the church, just wailing while a helicopter shot is going out around him. It's just the "November Rain" video scared the shit out of me as a kid, but then the Estranged one is where it just goes full on Axl off the rails, and he's like swimming with dolphins, and Slash is like floating down like the Sunset Strip is covered in water and there are dolphins swimming underneath it, and Slash is like rising out of the ocean, and then Axl is on an oil tanker, and they had to rent out like an actual oil tanker for the video, and I think Axl cost them like $1 million because they had to turn this giant thing around 180 because he wanted the sun on one side of the ship or something, and he jumps off, and Duff McKagan goes out in like a rowboat trying to save him and throw a life preserver at Axl, but Axl's like, no, I'm gonna swim with the dolphins, and then the last shot is his sneaker with Axl on the back floating to the bottom of the ocean, and then it fades to a like love Axl screen where it's just Axl sitting with a dolphin, and the dolphin has a towel around it like Axl just had sex with it. I have no idea what's going on in that video. Watch the Estranged video by Guns N' Roses. It is definitely my favorite.
I cannot wait to see this music video now.
It's 9 minutes long, pack a lunch. It's a great video.
It's not directed by Hideo Kojima, by the way you're describing it.
You know, honestly, there may be some parallels between Axl Rose and Hideo Kojima.
I would watch that video essay. Someone make that.
God.
Oh boy!
I've always enjoyed insane tours. You know that sometimes inflate their own meanings and everything in their own work. And Axl and Kojima definitely come from maybe a similar cloth with that.
Yeah, honestly, the more I think about it, it's kind of something there.
You know Ben Hansen, obviously. That's how we started talking here. Hansen would always love to do these things when I was a Game Informer with him, where it's like, what if we sat down and Notch and Todd Howard and had them just talk? And then he would just turn the cameras on and see what happens. And sometimes, like in the case of that one, it was a tragedy that did not go well. I don't know if that came through in the video, but it did not go well. So for me, I think my version of that is just like, let's put Axl and Hideo in a room, turn the cameras on, and leave. We can bring a translator in there, that's fine. But
for both of them, in fact.
Yeah.
Wow. I instant smash subscribe button. If that's the video, I'm on board. Next up, member of the legendary Parliament Funkadelic Band. Part of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and a funk legend in every sense of the word, along with his assistant. It's Bootsy Collins.
The name is Bootsy, baby.
Hey, Bootsy, it's Peppermint Patty.
Hey, Peppermint.
Hey, and Bob Buel from Podcast 99 has 3 significant questions for you.
Well, what are they, baby?
Well, the first one is, what's the worst movie you've ever seen?
Well, the worst movie I've ever seen goes back a ways. I'd say around in the 60s, and it was called The Blood Beast. And if you haven't seen it, don't ever check it out because it's a blooper. But it was cool.
Okay. Well, who was your favorite actor or actress? Who is your favorite actor or actress?
Well, I would probably have to say I got 3 of them.
Okay.
Mel Brooks, Richard Pryor, and Gene Wilder. Yeah, they always take me away to another fantasy.
Cool. Well, how cool was it in Jurassic Park when the raptors are running through the kitchen?
Well, that was a heck of a scene. And, it reminded me of back in Detroit when Parliament Funkadelic was recording in the studio, and we all running towards the studio to get in it. And those raptors remind me of Funkadelic. Those were the days. On the one.
On the one, baby. On the one. Bootsy Collins might be my favorite person ever. Oh, I love him so much. 18. Spell the word gray.
What the hell is wrong with you? What is this? You said there would be no math. Right before we started recording, I said, I'm just nervous that there's going to be math. G-R-E-Y?
Ooh, one of the EYs.
I hate it here. I'm out. What is this even?
84. Would you change your middle name?
I think I would.
I
don't know. My middle name is Lee Harvey Oswald.
Wow.
And
Okay.
it seems like in recent years it's become a bit loaded.
Recent?
So, yeah, I'd say so.
Also loaded as the term you use there. Interesting.
Yeah. No, it's a bit. So I'd change it maybe to
Squeaky Frog or
yeah, maybe. I don't know. Charles Manson.
that's okay, this is where I thought you were going.
Yeah. I don't know. Just because he was so passionate about music and stuff.
Yeah. He loved that one Beatles song.
Yeah, a lot. He loved the White Album so much. He loved the White Album so fucking much. And that's what I loved about Charles Manson. This has been the weekly segment. What do I love about Charles Manson? And the answer, as always, is fuck, that guy was passionate about the White Album.
He loved it.
He loved it. And you know what he did with that love? Nothing. He made Beatles fan art. That's what it was. Just that's the end of it. That was the extent of his passion for the Beatles.
So I think you only read the first third of the Helter Skelter book is what I'm thinking. But yeah, this is
I read the whole thing, but I thought the rest of it was a metaphor. The rest of it was fan fiction
in a
about
way.
The Beatles.
In a way.
Yeah, you know what? I guess kind of. Sure.
Oh. Question 10. What's your go-to karaoke song?
I'm definitely nervous about karaoke. So there are a few I feel brave enough to take on. I remember speaking of taking on, I did Take On Me in high school at like an end of year party in math class. I performed that one, which is kind of an Evel Knievel style move in the karaoke world to try and hit those notes that Take On Me gets to.
Oh, my favorite part of Take On Me is everyone thinks that the highest note that they're going to hit is on me. And there couldn't be more wrong because it's Take On Me, higher, 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 take me on, I'll be gone. And then that's when people peak. There's still more. There's even more in a day and then by 2, you should just be shattering every piece of glass around you. Like it's absurd.
And plus in a day or brings it back down.
Yep.
After going progressively up for so many notes, that really sets you up for a spectacular failure in front of all your classmates.
Oh, it's brilliant. I'll give you a quick trick. If I'm singing that song, I'm not even singing the or. That or is pure inhale because I need to Sindel from Mortal Kombat scream to gets him every time.
That's a very wise tip.
That's a free one. That's a free one for all the listeners out there. Next one, you will just be charged from your PayPal. Don't worry how it happens. 88. We might have gotten the answer. What's the worst injury you ever had?
Not the ACL.
Ooh.
Because that wasn't like gruesome. And I've never had anything that's too gruesome. But when I was in my rookie year, 2018, with Minnesota. I just switched to fullback. This was the second game of the preseason, and I'm trying to earn myself a spot, but while also trying to like learn how to play fullback. And I end up at home on television in the fourth quarter playing fullback. My best play of the game easily. Like I'm tracking down the guy. I'm driving him to the sideline, and a linebacker from the backside who had missed the tackle ended up swinging around the runner, and his hip landed right on my ankle and fractured it and dislocated my ankle. And it was like a little bit gruesome because it was on television and they slow-moed it for the viewers. So I ended up down for a while for that, and got the scars obviously, and that was I'd like to say that I would take an ACL over that. Definitely, it's probably recency bias, but it was definitely more painful. My ACL wasn't extremely painful, and I was actually able to play the rest of the game in it. But that was also because I was in high school and was very resilient as an 18-year-old.
Also, you didn't have to watch it back in super slow-mo HD.
Yes. Yeah, and it was, ACL was like, oh, I got hit in the knee. It was like, oh, it stinks. But I was immediately, like 20 minutes later, tagged in a tweet with the video, and I'm like, why? Why would you show me this?
So immediate. Oh, brutal.
Thank you, everybody. We are back live at the Buely Awards. The drinks are flowing. The awards are flowing. But let's slow things down just for a minute here. Get one more compilation out of the way. It only feels right to do this before the break with a little question called the Ryan Davis. You're in a fight to the death with another person equal to your size. You're offered either an aluminum baseball bat or a 6-inch non-serrated knife. Knowing the other weapon you don't choose goes to your opponent. Which do you choose? Knife or bat?
Bat.
Your team bat?
Yeah, absolutely team bat.
Probably the bat.
I'm gonna say the knife.
Probably the baseball bat.
And I truly do think the answer is bat.
I think I'm gonna go bat.
If another person of my stature had a bat, they only have to hit me once.
Baseball bat.
Bat.
I think I go for the knife.
I choose bat.
Bat? I think I have a better chance with a bat.
But ultimately, I think the knife might be more effective.
Knife, I think.
I feel like bat. Oh, definitely the knife.
Bat.
Bat because it's a longer range.
Knife, no question.
It's team knife. It's team knife all the way.
I think I would personally go bat.
I'd choose the knife.
Knife. Immediately the knife. I mean, if I gotta kill them, it's gonna be a knife. I mean,
I guess I'm gonna say the bat.
I'm going with bat.
The knife. The knife.
I'll take the knife.
I'm taking the bat, dude. Any second of any day, I'm taking the bat. Well, unless the knife's like a sword or something like that, like a samurai sword, but...
I take the bat.
For me, it's the bat.
I think that if you can run, the answer is the knife.
Knife.
Knife. No hesitation.
I'll take a baseball bat over a knife any day.
I'll feel more secure with the bat, probably.
I'm probably going to say bat.
You could just smash your hand and the knife would fall out of it.
Oh, I'm taking the bat.
I think I'm team knife here.
Bat.
I've changed my mind on it over the years, I think, but right now I'm pretty confident in saying baseball bat.
I was team bat, but the arguments over the episodes, I think I'm team knife now.
I think I'd have to go bat.
The bat.
Baseball bat. Easy.
Wow.
Knock that knife out of your hand, break your fucking wrist. Bat.
I think the bat.
I'll use the knife.
Oh, 100% bat.
I think I'm still going to choose the baseball bat.
I'm going to have to go with the bat.
I think I go knife.
I choose bat.
I'm going to go with the baseball bat.
Baseball bat.
I would still go with the knife.
I am team knife. I will always be team knife.
Bat.
I'm choosing the knife.
Baseball bat for sure.
Bat.
Knife. Very easy.
Does anyone choose the knife? It's definitely the bat.
Guess I'm going bat.
Bat.
I am going to take the knife.
I'll take the bat then.
Yeah, I think I would get the knife.
I might have to go with the bat.
Knife.
Bat.
Bat.
I will take the bat.
Bat. Definitely bat.
Knife.
Knife. Going with the bat.
There we are. As we stand today, bat is at 50 and knife is at 29. Absolutely incredible. Incredible yet incorrect results. It's clearly the knife, people. Do your research. But we gotta keep the lights on here. We gotta pay some bills. And more importantly, we gotta send out some honorary Buely Awards to the people who do the music for this show and the people who have been doing the music for over 3 years here. Like the song that is being played live right now from the Mini Vandals, the song that's going to play us back from break from DJ Williams, the opening song from Diala, and the closing one from Single Friend. Folks, we have so much more of the Buely Awards left. Ton more clips. We have more returning guests that are accepting awards here tonight. More supercuts. Check out the open bar. Call the kids. Tell them you're going to be out late. We'll be right back with more Buely Awards. Hope you are having fun with the Buely Awards. We're only halfway through. We have so much more goodness to share with you. And yes, this is the best of 99 questions, but this episode was released a while ago at this point. We've had so many great episodes since that I wanted to shout out here. Like Kyle Bossman from Delayed Input, Mason Madden from AEW, Ryan Gall, the actor, Janet Varney, she's the voice of Korra in Legend of Korra, Nick Weiger from Doughboys, Arasha Lalani from Smosh. Even I got interviewed for the very special 99th episode. That was very special. We had James and Elise Willems from Funhouse, Raphael Chestang, and Ross Bryant from Dropout. All these and so many more have been happening every single episode here at 99 Questions. And if this is your first time checking it out, hey, thank you. And it would mean a lot if you could give us a follow, either on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for 99 Questions. You'll find that nice purple and gold logo. That way you can catch up on the full backlog and you'll be fully prepared for any new episodes coming down the pike. I promise it is worth the click. And I can't tell you how much it means to me. But let's get back to the Buely Awards. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, with more Buely Awards. We have more awards to give out here shortly, but first, let's roll those clips.
The reason the cookies have different names is because they are produced by two different companies. And those different companies.
Where's the divide in the country? Like, what line do I cross?
It's all dependent on the local council and what they choose to go with. That could be a matter of different factors.
The local Girl Scout Council?
Yes, there's a bunch of different ones.
Big Girl Scout runs this country. I've said it for years.
It's dependent on if they chose the knife or the bat.
Yeah. If they ever get rid of the Thin Mints, I'm doing a January 6th.
They will never ever do
that. That's what we say every time we say
All right. What is your go-to drink when you walk into a coffee shop?
I feel like I'm typically ordering just a hot coffee. Either depending on how early it is. If it's very early, I usually get cream and sugar. If it's past 10 o'clock, I'll usually just get it black. So typically just coffee. If they have the bulletproof coffee, I'll get one of those just because that makes me feel invincible. Or if they have something wild, I'm very, very, very into trying something wild. So I've been to coffee shop in Chicago where I'm at. There'll be a coffee shop where they're like, we have a lavender matcha rose water latte, and I'm like, that's what I want. And it might be sometimes it's like real bad, but I'm very much like I never want to be stuck in routine, or I never want to like be like, this is what I want every time. So I'm always in search of like something weird and wild.
Yeah, especially if some place is like, oh, we're known for blank.
Yeah.
Like, give me the blank then.
Absolutely. That's your new shirt. Give me the blank.
A police officer coming up to me, sir, just give me the blank.
That could also be like Con Air Mad Libs when Nicolas Cage is, I think, yelling at someone. He's like, give me the bunny.
It's perfect. I want more Nicolas Cage in my life.
I want more.
Way, shape, or form.
I want more Con Air Mad Libs. That also sounds like a character name. My name is Connor Mad Libs.
It's like the person struggling to find their name, make one up in the spot. My name is, looks over to DVD, Con Air.
maybe that's like the hero, like Christmas has Santa, Valentine's has Cupid, Easter has Easter Bunny. Maybe Arbor Day has Connor Mad Libs.
Connor Mad Libs.
Yeah. I think...
And he will straight up assault you if you don't have his holiday correct.
Yeah, he's like, hey, Arbor Day, you gotta fuck a tree. Fuck a tree or get out.
Again? All right, question number 18.
Real quick, I'm so sorry about this interview. I'm so sorry. To you, to the
everyone.
Listeners, I'm so sorry.
Question 2. Who's the coolest dude?
Oh. My boy JC, Jesus Christ. Our Lord and Savior.
Shout outs.
While I'm sure that Jesus was like probably pretty chill given the time period he was living in, I think the coolest dude is.
I want you to preface all the rest of the answers with, while I'm sure Jesus was a cool dude, I guess I'm gonna go parfait.
Yeah.
29. What's your catchphrase?
I actually have an answer for this, bizarrely, and it's one of those things where this is one of the weird things about working for a company like College Humor, where you're playing a kind of like characterized version of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Get in the comments. They made a mug with it on it, which I didn't even know they were doing that. One day there was a mug that had it, and I was like, what? That's the thing I say on the show. But it's very funny because the term "get in the comments" comes from Actually is an incredible game created by Mike Trapp, who's an amazing comedian, one of the just a comedy savant. Anyway, this game called Actually, which is a nerdy competition show, and we've talked about how hyper competitive I am. So I will sometimes not take no for an answer. I'll badger Trapp to be like, well, you think about it this way, and I'll try to get him on technicalities all the time, which is really allowed on Actually because it's a show about nerdy corrections. So there have been a couple times where I'll give an answer that's technically correct, but not the answer Trapp is looking for, and he'll be like, no, come on, that's not what we meant. And I will scream into camera, get in the comments, literally trying to get my fans of tell Trapp that he's being unfair. I'm being robbed. It's just a petulant, horrible. It's a terrible catchphrase.
Filling up the masses.
Yes, I just love. It's one of those things that it delights me because of how bad it is. Of a internet person looking directly into camera and being like, everyone who loves me behave badly. It's so against what I stand. Get in the comments is a poison in the world, but it does make me laugh. It does really make me laugh.
A good giggly poison is worth having around, I dare say. 69, best pickup line.
I've never done a pickup line in my entire life. I'm also very fortunate to be in a very long and happy marriage that I entered into when I was 21, which is very young. And we started dating when we were, I think it was 18. And we're extremely happy together. So I haven't thought about dating or pickup lines really ever. So I would say, God, why don't I put myself in a hypothetical? If I was going to do a pickup line, be like, hey, have you ever heard of podcasts? No, that was very much a joke because that makes me cringe to even say that. Best pickup line. I don't know. I think if I was meeting someone, I don't know. I think business is kind of like dating because there's so many different people you work with, but there's no, romantic aspect to it. It's kind of like you're meeting so many people all the time. So I think that the thing that I always want to know about somebody is just kind of like what their passions are just behind the scenes. It's kind of like your entire show, like top to bottom. Like that's what I want to know about people is these really weird sideways personal questions. I will also say I have never, ever, ever by far ever revealed this much about myself publicly. So you have that.
So many exclusives. This is amazing.
This is exclusive.
Moving on. Next 3 questions, 55 through 57. You know them. You love them. From the TV show 30 Rock. Playing the character of Grizz, it's Grizz Chapman.
What's my comfort food on a bad day? I would probably have to go with lasagna. I'm a very big fan of lasagna. And on a bad day, a nice piece of lasagna will go down right nice. My favorite smell. My favorite smell. My favorite smell would probably have to be cinnamon. I like the way cinnamon smells. And best candy, I like those, the sour straws. The sour straws, those are my favorite. Actual favorite, the sour straws. Oh, beautiful. All right now. Smooth move. All right, Bobby Buel. My fault. Bobby Buel.
The paperwork is in. I am legally changing my name to Bobby Fuel because that's just the greatest thing anyone has ever called me. Thank you, Grizz.
So again, your podcast partners, what's a habit that they would want to break? And I believe
think I have one.
Oh, Haley, what do you got?
He bites his nails, and I don't know if he wants to break it though, because he loves to do it so much. I never got biting nails. Like I pick my nails, but something about any of you guys nail biters? It looks like it doesn't look fun. I don't get it.
I gotta be honest. It's pretty fun. I can't explain it. If you give me any rational thought, I couldn't explain it, but it's just like it's a good pastime.
There is a weird satisfaction to it. A little bit.
Especially if you get a good chomp. Like a really nice clean chomp across the line there. Cuticle, as it were. Ooh, nothing better.
So in another life, you're saying you'd work in a nail salon and just exclusively bite
manicures with your teeth only.
Charge thousands.
The salon is called Nibble, and I'm just little chomps.
You're like, why is this salon called Nibble? You're like, huh? No, no. See?
I'd give it a try.
As I slowly approach their fingers. What's that? What was your question?
Yeah, you're speaking to them from fingerhead.
You better have a good dental plan.
I've been to spas before where you stick your feet in those tanks and the fish eat your dead skin. And like how different is that than you eating their nails, honestly? So I think
that is true.
Yeah.
They have those fish just like around?
Yeah.
Yeah, you stick your
I've
feet
seen
in, and they nibble all your skin clean off until your feet are smooth.
I've seen like pop-ups in malls of that. You just walk past hundreds of
Yeah.
people walking past, and they're just nibbling away at some guy's feet.
So Haley, what you're saying is, in another universe, Bob Buel is akin to a fish that eats dead skin.
Yes. I don't know
Very
how we
good.
got there exactly. But yeah. That's why that's
Very
That's
good.
the thing that Michael wants to break.
Yeah.
Bob Buel being a fish.
Judges are giving me thumbs up across the board.
Cool.
That's all of our answer.
64 bucket list item you probably won't accomplish.
Oh, anything is possible. I don't know if I have anything yet that I want to.
I love that attitude. I really do.
I think my dream of playing in the NFL is probably has to go night.
Yeah, I mean,
I think my ship has sailed at that one. So I think we're gonna say goodbye to the NFL.
That would be great if it was like 3rd round draft pick for the Vikings. They picked a 37-year-old Alex Stadnick, way off. Weird 2035 draft pick or whatever. Like
not even on the practice squad. Literally spending money, like guaranteed contract on him. Yeah.
Yeah. Starting team. Who would have thought?
Who would have? Not me. Not me.
Injured first play. Like done.
Bro, I wouldn't even got into the stadium. They would have like checked me at security. Be like, no, this is for players only.
No, scan this. It has to be a mistake. This can't possibly work. 74. What's something you tried to cook and fail?
Ooh. Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I feel like I've had like middling levels of success on a lot of dishes, but never like achieved exactly the response I wanted. I guess, you know what the thing is that I like try to cook and fail a lot at that's like super easy is like when you're trying to make an omelet and then you like do the flip and you fuck up the flip. I'm always fucking up the flip.
You just have to call it scrambled eggs after that. And
yep.
Yeah. Oh, it's happened to me many a time.
Yeah, you do the scramble gambit, right? when your omelet falls apart and you must invoke the scramble gambit. It's always there for you, which is nice.
Yeah.
Like there's always a backdoor plan for a bad omelet, which I do appreciate, but like I have no shame in admitting that I've pulled the scramble gambit many a time in my day.
Yeah. 73. Do you consider yourself an artist?
I don't know that one.
All right, let's reword it a little bit. Do you make art?
Here's the Fart Song by Fart Man on Amazon Music.
Alexa, I think you know. I said, do you make art? Not fart. And I ask that you don't sully the good name of 99 Questions for your jokes. For your guffaws. Ridiculous. Question the first. What is the perfect breakfast?
I gotta be honest, Bob. I hate breakfast.
Oh no!
The only day of the week that I'll have breakfast is Sunday, and I would say the perfect breakfast is a good bagel and lox. And it's like the lox has to be thin, the cream cheese is light, the red onion is sliced, and the capers are just right.
This is beat poetry.
I get booed off of a stage at a coffee house. That's like the perfect breakfast to me. It's not gonna like mess up your day going forward. It's you get some protein, you get some carbs, some fatty oils, and I know that you're all about fatty oils, Bob.
I can't get enough.
that fishy scent is gonna really kind of get my day off to a good start. But this is like, I don't like go out. I mean, obviously since COVID happened, but I used to like in college, that was like the perfect hangover killer Sunday morning breakfast, because I would kind of hair the dog it.
Nice.
But even if you're not hungover, it's a great, clean, honestly pretty healthy breakfast according to my nutritionist.
Recommends as many carbs and omegas as humanly possible.
Yeah, exactly. And everything is in terms of some kind of numeral or symbol. So omegas is our Sunday symbol.
Nice. Perfect. Hence the perfect breakfast.
Right.
Perfect.
Do you answer
circle.
these questions, or are you sick of these questions?
I
What's
mean,
your favorite breakfast?
Oh my gosh, what is my favorite breakfast? My go-to if I am out for breakfast, which is like rarely, is always whatever like if I'm at a restaurant and they have like a sampler or like I think I've said it before, whatever on your local menu is called the lumberjack.
Yes.
Like a piece of sausage, a piece of bacon, a piece of ham, a pancake, an egg, like, and just shove it down my gullet. Like that's what I want. Just the variety pack breakfast.
I love that. I would actually say that's a close second for me. I couldn't agree more. There's this diner in LA called Fred 62, and I used to go there a lot. But they have this thing, and it's not called the lumberjack, it's called the dime bag. So cool little cocaine reference there. But
yeah.
It's because it's $10 and it has a stack of jacks, flap or otherwise, your choice of bacon or sausage, an egg, and toast. And so you can basically, what I would do is I'd have the pancakes, and then I would also build a little breakfast sandwich out of the single egg, bacon, and toast. So you basically get the best of both worlds, because usually when I'm at breakfast, it's like, all right, sweet or savory, and then it's either a breakfast sandwich, like lox or not, like a bacon, egg, and cheese or something, or you got to go sweet, you got to go stack of jacks.
You got to stack those jacks.
You've always said that.
For years. It was my yearbook quote.
You gotta stack those jacks. Also, your superlative was bizarre. It was like the most likely to just like eat breakfast during a podcast record, and I can hear you munching. Yeah, see, that's the issue.
Pardon?
It's just munching and noshing.
I have some gristle. I got a good piece of gristle here.
Gristle? That's one of the most cacophonous words I think I've ever heard. Gristle, that's grime and thistle.
That's right. It's a whistleblower of sorts, but on the breakfast food department.
They call you the gristle blower.
It was a slanderous name at first, but I embraced it.
You really, it's your whole brand now.
I've taken a hold of it. It's my Twitter @ everything works.
That would be a cool Twitter @ to be honest.
The gristle blower?
Yeah,
that's actually really strong. I should park on that for a couple years until some inane news story comes up where that is like that's the New York Post headline, and they'll come crawling to Buell. I'll get all the cash.
So you're just gonna sell the not domain, just the username.
That's right. I'm really in it for the long haul there. It's gonna be a while. I feel like I'm gonna make it.
It might be forever, but it'll still be worth it to have had at Gristleblower.
On my deathbed, handing my grandchildren the password to the Twitter account. It's just the word password. I know.
Hiding in plain sight. And then you die.
And then they have to flick a piece of gristle out of the corner of my mouth.
It's like one of those it's like one of those movies where like the family's fighting over like a rich dead person's assets, but for your family it's just the @Gristleblower.
Yes. A real Knives Out situation.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. All right. Dear Lord. Question 2.
So we're at a pace of 1 question per 10 minutes. We're going to be here for a day.
Question 21. Do you consider golf a sport?
Yeah, isn't it a sport? It's in like Mario sports and things. Why wouldn't it be?
Dang
a
it,
sport?
that's a good argument, actually. Yeah,
Yeah, it's in Mario sports.
good.
It's in Wii Sports. Yeah, what? Clearly, it's a sport.
The Wii Sports argument.
The Wii Sports argument.
Good. Question 2. Who's the coolest dude?
Oh man, it's you. You're the coolest dude.
Oh my god. Confetti is falling from the ceiling. Awards are being rolled out here. What is
I'll take that $50 now.
PayPal or Venmo? 25, dubbed the Ron Bennington, after famous radio personality. You're standing in a wrestling ring, and a wave of 9-year-olds, a random mix of boys and girls, are coming down to the ring to fight you. How many 9-year-olds could you beat in this fight?
Okay. Well, Bob, I would beat up so many that there would be no 9-year-olds in the like we would have to invent the age like 8.5 to be a permanent year, because I would just take out all the 9-year-olds.
It's like how hotels skip the 13th floor out of
Absolutely.
Superstition. They would
Yeah.
just make 8-year-olds honorary 10-year-olds because there wouldn't be enough.
Like parents would be like, we can't have Timmy turning 9 because then Beth will beat him up.
Just slight look out to their bay window, and you're standing outside of there just like scoping them out.
Yeah. That's truly the reputation I want to walk around with. Like, oh, Beth beats up 9-year-olds. Like,
How many? All of them.
All of them.
All of them.
Anybody.
You heard it. She's undeniable. The Buely Award for most 9-year-olds you can beat up from Dungeons and Daddies. It is Beth May. Beth! There she comes.
Okay, yeah, Beth May here, accepting the award for most hypothetically defeated 9-year-olds of all time. What can I say? It's an honor, and not often do award shows have the award come out at the same time as the in memoriam section, but in this case, all these hypothetical 9-year-olds are in a much hypothetically better place. I'm so sorry for the loss of like every hypothetical 9-year-old on Earth. It's just I'm that good at defeating them. I didn't ask for this. I didn't know that I was going to be the best at defeating hypothetical 9-year-olds until I was asked the question, and I knew it was all of them. So all of those 8-year-olds out there who someday might hypothetically be 9, watch out. Watch your 6. And best of luck. But you're not going to beat me. Nope, you're going down. You little kid. Dumb little child.
The legend herself, Beth May. Let's get back to the clips. We got more awards coming up in a bit. Question 6. What did you want to do for a living when you were a kid?
I wanted to be a secret agent. I had like a briefcase that my dad didn't use that I filled with things that I thought were secret agent-y.
Yeah.
The program like Paint Shop, like not quite MS Paint, but Paint Shop.
Yeah.
I would like print fake IDs, like hundreds. Like if there's like, yeah, I go too hard when I go,
Yeah.
So I had like, I don't know, a slingshot and like highlighters and like black light pens and watches. But you opened the watch and there were like chiclets inside. I was a pretty hardcore spy. And I thought I was gonna, and like I took Japanese in high school, And my first major in college was my first major in college. That's a fun sentence. Was international business. I was like, I'm doing this. And then I started playing too many video games. Here I am.
They get us all in the end, you know?
They sure do.
I think that's how the show Alias ended.
Right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jennifer Garner just got a PS3 and said, I'm good.
Sure, yeah, there's a crazy montage at the end, kind of the coda, where she like joins an esports team. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. You get really good at League of Legends, though.
Really amazing stuff.
24. Theme parks?
Oh, big time. We could finish it now and just go for the next hour and talk about this. Okay, so let's see. When my daughter was 3, we had this big snowstorm come in Maryland, and it was February, and I was miserable. I just grew up in Arkansas. My wife did too, so we just never really handled really cold weather all that much. And it was the beginning of February, and I just randomly on the bed, I was like, I booked a trip to Disney World. We had never gone, and she was like, okay, and I was like, and it's in 2 weeks, and so we did that. And we had a great time, but I had never been before to something like that. I think I'd been to like Six Flags before. So I wasn't super interested. I was just like, I just need a summer in the middle of my winter. And I know Orlando's like that.
Yeah.
So I did that. That might have been 5 years ago. Since then, I've visited either Disney World or Disneyland probably 5 times a year.
5 times a year?
Yeah.
Whoa.
So the other thing, Orlando, not as much, but especially pre-pandemic, I was traveling constantly. And so I was in LA all the time. I lived in LA for a long time. So there wasn't like a lot of things that I just am really into. LA's great. There's a lot of cool things. But I don't know. It's just like a place that when I'm by myself, I'll land at LAX and I'll look at the time. And I'll look at the wait time, or like I'll look at the traffic and I'll look at the wait times at Disneyland. And if it appeals to me, I'll be like, Uber driver, let's go to Anaheim instead of some hotel that I'm going to, whatever. So usually I'll like try to fly in, do like a half day at Disneyland. It just completely relaxes me. It takes me out of work. And then the next day I might do a meeting or something like that. But I do that quite a bit. It just relaxes me. And now that I have kids, it's just a great place for kids and adults to have fun.
That's amazing. That's exactly why they should be there. That's
exactly
awesome.
If I had to like if I was pressed for like, do you go to Disneyland or Disney World? Younger kids, Disneyland. Older kids, Disney World. I'm cool with both of them. Disneyland is just so much more compact, and I little legs. It's so much easier to get to from the hotels with some naps, and for me too, because I need that midday nap even if I'm by myself.
Oh, there's too much, especially if you're having a couple turkey legs while you're walking. Like you need a nap.
For me, it's like 14 churros, and I'm like, I gotta lay down.
All right, number 66. What is a game that makes you feel nostalgic?
Well, we touched on Final Fantasy IX a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm trying to think of like maybe if there's Final Fantasy Tactics Advance is a game that makes me feel extremely nostalgic.
You're speaking my language, yes.
Yeah. I think even less about the game itself and more so the situation I played it in, which was when I was supposed to be doing homework, I would like pull out my little Game Boy SP and like just
got that light on
play
it.
A couple rounds there. It had that light on it. It was like this beautiful little clamshell device. Yeah, that's like, oh man, we talked about prized possessions a while back, and I feel like that would have been mine if I still had that thing. Oh, it was so good. I missed that like aqua blue Game Boy SP. What a perfect device that was. I love devices. I love, you know what? You give me anything with a clamshell on it, I'm going nuts for a clamshell.
Big device head, Caldwell Tanner.
You put a clamshell in front of me, I am going gaga. I am yours, my friend.
You know what? I have to agree because I bought what is probably a well overpriced Bluetooth keyboard simply because it folds. And I love the folding. It folds in thirds.
So you can like carry it with you somewhere?
Yeah. It fits in a pocket, but then like a DeLorean doors, both sides fold out to become the full keyboard.
Oh
I
my
was
gosh.
so in love with the design of it, I needed to purchase it.
Could you like pull it out of your pocket and throw it down and it would Beyblade out onto the ground?
Oh my. And everyone would get so jealous instantly.
Time to write some goddamn emails.
Gasps from across the coffee shop.
It's Bluetooth enabled. Ah, impossible.
36. Movie that always makes you laugh.
Movie that makes me laugh. They Came Together, I really like. I think that's one of the funnier comedies out there. And recently, you know what? Me and my girlfriend got high and watched Master of Disguise, the Dana Carvey movie.
Oh, yeah.
I laughed my ass off. That movie is one of the wildest things ever put to celluloid. And you're laughing at it as much as you're laughing with it. But it was very worthwhile for me.
That's phenomenal. I don't remember where I learned this factoid, but it is now forever linked with Master of Disguise. I want to say it was from a podcast. I'm
Is
sorry
it the
that
September 11th thing?
It's the September 11th thing.
I know. I really wonder if that was true.
I feel like it has to be, because what an absurd lie to make up, especially for like the Turtle Club scene in Master of Disguise. But
yeah, it's that they were filming it on 9/11 and they had a moment of silence. But here's the thing: you watch that scene and you can see in their eyes it hasn't happened yet. You can see the innocence behind their eyes.
Still there. Oh my goodness. I want it to be true so badly.
Yeah. Yeah, don't we all?
If we could all believe just for a moment. 33. Who's a celebrity you've had a crush on?
Michael Cera.
Oh.
Everyone, all of my friends know this. It's so strange, but like yeah, I don't know why. I feel like I just kind of, I feel like we're in the same category a little bit, like little quirky weirdos. And so I feel like that's probably why. I would love to meet Michael Cera.
He seems like a pretty good dude. Yeah.
He does. He really seems like cool. And I'm not like creepy about it. I wouldn't be weird. I wouldn't make it like a weird thing.
Michael Cera is a big fan of the show. I'll send him a DM. We'll see what we
I
can
would
get
die. A part
started.
of me, you shouldn't joke like that, because a part of me got so excited and then I realized you were joking.
Maybe he listens. Maybe he listens and he just doesn't.
Maybe.
Michael Cera,
Oh my
leave
God,
a
you should
iTunes
try to
review.
get him on. Get him on this.
Okay,
And then
I'll
show him my episode and maybe.
I'll clip this out, send it directly to Michael Cera, and just say
Please.
thoughts. Mike, comment? Question 4. Best gift you've ever gotten?
Oh man, that's a tough one. There's so many. It was the neon sign that I have. I think that my wife gave me. That was a long time ago. I have a neon sign that I love, which is actually in the shop right now. That is from the 80s, and it's for Cool Cigarettes, Cool Town, and it used to hang in like convenience stores in New York City when I lived there, and it's got kind of a New York skyline on it. It says Cool Town, and it's in the color of Cool Cigarettes, which are green and yellow, and I absolutely love it. Unfortunately, because it's so old, it is burned out, and now it's been in the shop for several months. But that's one of my, if I had to run out of the house and it was on fire, and I could only take 2 or 3 things, it would be that and maybe one, that and the Emmy that I actually deserve, would be the one.
That's a good one too. I like just running out of a burning building with the neon sign.
The neon
and
sign
Emmy.
and an Emmy. Yes, that's me.
That's a great visual. 31. Have you ever had anything named after you?
I had a drink named after me once when I was performing at a place.
Oh,
it's very temporary, but I enjoyed the thought of it.
Wow. Do you remember what's in it by any chance?
Not at all, and I didn't like it.
Oh well, what a double whammy there. Okay. I use this as a springboard to say I do have a hot dog named after me, and it was quite the
Oh,
honor,
that's
I dare say.
nice.
The
That's
Bob
nice.
Buel. The place is no longer in business. I won't say it's because of the hot dog, but it didn't help.
I think Bob Buell's also a good name for a hot dog. Like that sounds like a tasty dog.
That's what I'm saying. Any hot dog connoisseurs across the nation, DMs are open, as previously stated. I mean,
I'm just trying to think of like of what he would know. I would know, and that's a great sentence.
Getting in the
would you
head of the crust. Yes. Yes.
Would you accept that?
Anime figurine? I'm gonna give it to you. I'm looking at the judges. They're gonna allow it. I like it. They have yet to refuse me.
How much do you pay those judges, Bob?
It's an unpaid internship, in fact. They're doing it for class credit, and that's all they need. Haley,
they can get paid when they stop being so damn judgmental. Like, who asked for that?
24 theme parks.
Yes.
Okay, pretty firm yes on that one. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Make me think I might die in a fun way. Right?
Which is actually exactly what theme parks are in the most strange way. Yeah.
Yeah. Like if somebody had a really hard life or was like, in a military situation where things were really intense and they didn't like that, then maybe they don't like theme parks. Or maybe, but if you like, I think it's the same kind of people that like horror movies. Like, make me think something bad might happen. But then it doesn't. I'm perfectly safe.
But then you just get off the roller coaster at the end.
You just
It's
walk
pretty
around,
cool.
yeah.
Get a pretzel or something. 44, favorite comedian.
I'm just trying to think of like all time or like now or,
That's the tough part. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, certainly when I was a kid, we heard those like Eddie Murphy records. And though I did, like I've watched those on streaming and like, man, that's some of that stuff hasn't aged real well. Like it's pretty hateful and kind of homophobic in part. It's just it's a little hard to take. I mean, but and we were just little kids, so it was more just like he swore a lot, and he was, he's a great performer, obviously. Still, like you watch him, he's like super magnetic. He was just, that was just the era of like, he was just the biggest thing in comedy. You know what I mean? And certainly people, like Richard Pryor and that kind of stuff. I'll say, there's a woman named Maria Bamford, who is like, I mean, she's probably more in that kind of like, Patton Oswalt, Mitch Hedberg, Brian Posehn, David Cross, that kind of group of that age, the kind of weird post Mr. Show kind of comedians. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she's just she's unique. She had a 1-season show or 2-season show on Netflix called Lady Dynamite. It's like one of the weirdest shows I think that ever made it through, like somehow and got made. I mean, she might not ever be everyone's cup of tea, but I really like her. I was also, honestly, too, I was a huge fan of Norm Macdonald, who obviously just passed away. That was really shocking to me. And it just kind of reinforced, though, because I think I was like, everybody, he was interesting in that I don't even know if his actual like stand-up specials were really like the full story. Like to me, it's like, he's like the ultimate YouTube comedian. Like there's these, the Conan spots and old Letterman spots and like, clips from Weekend Update on SNL. It's like a puzzle with him. Like there's just all these like random moments, or like the Bob Saget roast thing where he does like the corny like grandpa jokes and like he doesn't swear at all and everyone wants him to be like filthy. Like he just was so yeah, I don't know, man. He was weird. He would just kind of push things in this area, and you could tell that like he knew it was going to go over bad, but he would kind of still keep like pushing the issue. And I mean, to me, like honestly, I think the best things he ever did was probably Conan appearances. Like those are just brilliant. So I mean, I was probably like everybody that week. I just spent a ton of time like on YouTube just watching like the old clips and stuff. And so I was, that was really sad, man. He was just really truly like unique, a unique personality, and he kind of had this weird dichotomy of being. It was like he could be really kind of surreal and sometimes like really edgy, but then he had this almost kind of like old fashioned comedian, kind of like 1950s, kind of like corny old school comedian vibe too, mixed with like, some really filthy stuff and some really kind of surreal, edgy. I don't know. He was just his whole personality. I think it was like, I feel like he was very Canadian. I think there's a certain like Canadianness to him that I think a lot of those, like the Kids in the Hall guys have that, where like the Kids in the Hall could get really fucked up and really surreal, but there was almost this like weird, like kind of whole milk, kind of like white bread wholesomeness to those guys. Cause I think they're just Canadian no matter how weird they are. But yeah, so Norm was great. But yeah, Maria Bamford, I think is really unique and just interesting. Like she has this one special where she literally does a special in her parents' house and her mom and dad are the only audience. And it's like really weird to watch. So she's kind of like, yeah, she's interesting. So
that's brilliant. I want to say over the last obviously week or so, I heard about Norm Macdonald. Someone described him almost as like a Grateful Dead-esque comedian, where you can be like, no, you don't want to listen to that album stuff. You want to listen to this, this live recording, or this time he was on Conan, or like the specific instances. That's where the real gold is. So
no, that actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
that analogy.
I mean, he had some good specials too, but like,
for sure.
But I think his best moments were kind of these weird situations he would find himself in.
41. Who should play you in a movie of your life?
Whoever wants to. Whoever is the sad sap that volunteers for that job can get it.
The rare open
You're
casting,
hired.
first come, first serve.
Yes,
Hollywood.
or like all come, all serve, like sort of like what was that Bob Dylan movie where just like 45 people were playing Bob Dylan?
That's right. He's not here, or whatever.
I'm not there.
I'm not
that
there.
might not be it. Yeah, that might not be it. It might be a different one, like a documentary. Oh well. Yeah, no, anybody. Yeah.
Anybody. Fair.
I want to say on the record that Bob Buel is playing Beth May in the upcoming biopic. I think you could crush it, Bob.
Oh my gosh. Hollywood Insider. I can see the covers spinning up to frame right now with me confused on the cover going, what? I have to do what now? And for the record, yes, I could crush it. Have you ever had something happen to you would consider paranormal?
Yes. This story I know I've told before, but I'll tell a short version. Okay. Well, when I was a teen, I was exploring alternatives to the Christianity within which I was raised, because certain elements of that didn't mesh for me. Didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
That's my personal experience with it. Whatever.
Absolutely.
I figure whatever you believe, as long as it's not hurting anyone else, and that's a big caveat, as long as it's not hurting anyone else, it's fine. Believe whatever the fuck you want. None of it matters in the end anyway. But
once we're all uploaded, it won't matter.
Once we're all uploaded, there won't be a god, baby. They'll just be server administrators who could destroy you if they wanted to.
Oh, God. Finally, IT is the god we deserve.
All we need to do then is have iterative learning fast enough to create our own, like, escape into the cloud, like in Snow Crash or whatever the hell. What was I talking about?
Paranormal.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Teen, yes.
So as a teen, I was getting into like psychic stuff, reading about that, and I wondered if I could see into things, and I was like, okay, maybe I can like see into people's futures or pasts or whatever. And I had a few experiences in that regard that I could not really explain. I knew some things about some friends that I won't repeat, but that I would have had no way to know other than just being intuitive or whatever. So like that had been in my head. And then when we were in the Bahamas, I was there for an archaeology class that I had just kind of been taking for no reason during film school or theater school, whatever.
That's amazing. Yeah.
It was fantastic. And I, the second we were on this old plantation on San Salvador, which had enslaved people working there and whatever. And the second I got there, I was just feeling like vibes. And I'm trying to do the short version. The year prior, the teacher's aide, my roommate at the time, and a few other 5 or 6 people were there. And this woman, Tracy, the teacher's aide, had an experience where she fancied herself surrounded by the spirits of enslaved people that had been working there. And they were pointing at her and saying, one of her. And she says that she kind of blacked out, and my roommate at the time ran over, and you have to like machete through the brush, to get over to her. She was a little south, I think, of building 8. There were a bunch of buildings there. And when he got to her, my roommate at the time, she was just like screaming and disconsolate and like didn't understand what was happening. And so he like got her out of there, got her some water and calmed her down, whatever. And they came to call that the witching hole. And there were a few other experiences people had, like they would hear water buckets by the well. And one other person saw a person just come in and look at her while she was like doing some digging. And like, it was the professor, and she was like, "Oh, we're just cleaning up. We're okay." And then the like spirit just kind of like nodded and walked away. Bear in mind, I don't believe in any of this. Like I don't believe this stuff.
Yeah.
I guess I don't not believe in it, but I don't believe in it. Yeah. So fast forward a year later, I'm there and I am working on building 8. Tracy is there, the teacher's aide. My old roommate is there and a bunch of other students. There's like way more of us now, like 20 people. And the second I got there, I felt like pulled to this area that I never went to because I felt like something bad would happen. But in walking that way a little bit, I did find like a trash midden, which is like a pile of like archaeological like stones and stuff, basically potsherds and things. And anyway, while we were there, we were trying to figure out what building 8 was for. There was a disordinate amount of potsherds there, like little shattered pottery, whatever. But one time I had to pee, so I went into the woods, wilderness, brush, whatever, and doing my thing. And I'm like, okay, I'm being watched. Like I had a feeling. I was like, okay, I'm being watched right now. And I looked up, and kind of in my mind's eye, I didn't see it with my actual eyes, but in my head. And this had happened a few other times earlier in my life too, where I like saw a thing and I was like, well, this is weird. It's this little short guy with kind of like grayish Einstein hair. And I was like, okay. And I kind of just was like, hey, we're just here to like help and find out what happened, and like they were like looking at me, but I could tell there was no hostility or anything, And the only reason I give this any credence at all is the thing that happened next. I went back to building 8 and I said to Tracy, Tracy, I just saw something. It was kind of weird. There was a guy kind of standing there watching me, really short guy. And then she says, Einstein hair. And I was like, yeah, he had Einstein hair. And she was like, where were you? And I told her, and then she's like, oh, that's the witching hole. And I was like, bitch, you let me go pee in the witching hole? Like, what did you tell me? Like,
put up signs. Don't let people near the witching hole.
Yeah, so like danger witching hole. So yeah, that was pretty big. A different time on the coast of the Lake Michigan, I was sitting with a friend and I had a weird feeling that something was standing to our left. And then eventually at like 11:45 p.m., I looked over and I saw again in my head like that, this kind of shadowy figure.
Yeah.
It looked like a man standing with like a bowler hat on. And I was like, yo, dude, there's like a thing standing over there. And he looked and saw it too. So he claimed. And for whatever reason, we walked over there. And we were walking and I felt it was the weirdest thing. I felt like I was pushed back, but like an inch inside myself. Like something inside me got pushed back and I stopped walking immediately. And then my friend kept going a few steps And then like I was like, yo, dude, we gotta go. We gotta leave right now. Something's weird. We gotta leave. And he was not responding to me. And so I've seen movies. I'm like, okay, he's getting possessed right now. Like, what's happening? And I was just saying, we gotta leave. We gotta leave. This thing doesn't want us here, right? And so then finally he turns around and he's like, yeah, let's go. And then I could like hear the thing like yelling in my head behind us. It wasn't mad at us. It just didn't want us to be there. I think it was like waiting for something to like a boat or something to come in. It was looking out to the lake.
Yeah.
But then me being me, like not even believing something is happening while it's happening. I says to my friend, what did it look like? And he described it exactly as I had seen it, like a weird, thin, shadowy figure with a bowler hat on. And I was just like, okay, what the shit? Like, that's what I saw too. And like, I hadn't explained what I thought it looked like to him. And like, again, even having this happen and even me like saying this story a billion times, I still don't like believe in this stuff or whatever. Like, I don't know. I guess I allow my view of the universe allows for infinite amounts of things we just don't understand, you know? So like, I think that if ghosts are a thing, there's probably some kind of scientific, like quantum entanglement reason for it. Maybe there's something happening like with space-time or a different reality, or maybe consciousness persists in some way after you die and it's like quantifiable and we just don't know how to do it yet. I don't know. But I certainly haven't seen anything in my life to make me believe that it's like some kind of spirit trapped in purgatory because of whatever.
Yeah.
But hey, that could be the case too. Like, it doesn't really matter if I'm right or not. Grand scheme. Reality is reality, you know?
Yeah. Big takeaway is don't go near the witching hole.
Don't go in the witching hole.
Don't go near the witching hole, but come up on this stage, the Buely Award for Best Paranormal Story from Easy Allies. It's Isla Hink. Isla, come on up here.
Hi, this is Isla Hink. I am very honored to be receiving a Buely. I never thought this had happened to me, and I am truly humbled even to have been considered. And to win for Best Paranormal Experience feels really special, because it means I'm getting something out of the experience other than a lifetime of therapy bills. I'd like to thank myself, my partner Sophia, the ghosts of San Salvador Island, who have earned a well-deserved rest, and of course Bob Buel, without whom we wouldn't have these precious awards. I'd also like to say that and thank honored surprising honors told ever again. Like a truly thank listeners, am so pleased you make worth of that something and you feel doing. I'm and Bob thank life touched. Be I these the enjoy will living clip that, rolling, it's you and like perplexing really now you thank art so.
That open bar is starting to hit. What a legend she is, Isla Hink. Let's get back to some more clips.
Question 4. Best gift you've ever gotten.
Best gift I've ever gotten. Okay. This, as with a lot of my stories, is my answers are going to be long stories. So, again,
love it.
Okay, here we go. So I used
to
work...
all of my longest episodes are my most listened to. So
good.
Anything that breaks 4 hours, instant hit. So
okay, we're going to blow the lid off of this mother. So it's going to be great. Okay. Here we go. Because people listen to this while they're sleeping, right? So that's what's happening.
Exactly. They listen to the first 15 and then just doze off.
Yeah, the engagement's there as far as the podcast can go. So I was turning 30, and I was working as a copy editor at my local newspaper in Duluth, Minnesota at the time. Not a big birthday guy, but it was like, 30 is kind of a big one. And one of the things that happens if you're on the copy desk is you are one of the last people to leave, because you have to stick around after you turn in the pages that you've designed and edited. And then the press guys come up and show you like the first round of pages. You go over them to make sure you didn't misspell a headline or that kind of thing, so you can go back and they can fix the plates and everything. So everyone left, like including my friend at the time, Mike. I was like, "Hey, it's my birthday. You gonna take? Can you maybe let me go and you can check out the proofs?" He's like, "Nah, I gotta go." So I was like, "What?" So I stuck around. It was like midnight and kind of bummed out. I get home and I come home and there's like a big house party. And like all my friends, including that rat Mike, were there, and it was super great. Then they're like, "All right, Cork, you gotta come downstairs." I went downstairs, and as soon as my feet hit the bottom stair, like my favorite local band at the time, Bon Appetit, was in my basement, and they played a big set, and it was so much fun. And yeah, that was the best gift I ever received. So
that's unbelievable.
My brother and my, at the time, soon-to-be wife set that up, and it was just the best.
Wow, that is tremendous. Yeah. That's like an 80s movie. Like, that doesn't just happen. That's so cool.
Yeah, it was like it was like that walk from the driveway to my house, though. It was just grumbling and muttering about how life stinks and turning 30 is stupid, and I don't like it, and why are there so many cars parked in the neighborhood tonight? This is dumb.
And you open the door and, whoa!
What are all you idiots doing at my house? I hate this. No. It was wonderful. I loved it.
Question 76. Have you ever had something happen to you that you would consider paranormal?
I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I love ghost stories. I love going on a bad ghost tour is one of my favorite things in the world. I cannot tell you how much joy when I went to Savannah or go to New Orleans. If there's like a bad ghost tour, I am in my fucking realm. Like, yes.
I was going to go to New Orleans this summer. One of many things I was excited to do was exactly that. I've heard there are several ghost tours that are just like, you know, you walk through the graveyard and they're like, what could be around this tomb? And I'm like, yes.
My favorite thing is the tour guide where it's like they have some like hat on and a cape and they're like, they don't look spooky, you know. It's like, okay, Greg. My favorite thing is when they're like, okay, at this intersection of Chapatoulas and Simone Avenue, does anyone know what happened? And we're like, no. That's why we're on this tour. And they're like, anyone? We're like, no, we're all visitors.
Tell us the thing.
Does the name Little Lori mean anything? No, we've never heard of your local legends. Nobody knows who fucking Little Lori is.
Well, let me spin you a yarn of
Little Lori went out the dory. It's like, okay. But I love, without fail, every ghost tour I've been on, which is well over a dozen. There's always the guide who's like, anyone? Does anyone want to say something? Does anyone want to guess? And it's like, no, just give us the fucking facts, dude.
27. What topic can you discuss the most?
Whoa, I love that question. I want to say pro wrestling. I want to say that's the topic I can probably discuss the most.
I like it. I gotta say, I do love catching the little references in your songs.
Sprinkled everywhere.
What is it? Broken your face like beefcake? And I go,
my face broke like a beefcake. Yeah.
Come on. Like, that's going to go over 90% of people's heads.
It sure is.
Question number 2. This question carries a lot of weight. Who's the coolest dude?
So this is one, I'll preface it by saying I'm a fan of the show. So obviously, like, I've played along at home. And a lot of the stuff, knowing I was going to be on, I tried to like purge from my memory. But this is the one that every episode I've listened to, hands down, same answer. Eddie Kingston is the coolest dude in the entire world.
I'm so glad that's the answer, because I've seen him at many indie shows. I've seen him on TV a ton. And the fact that he's as cool as he seems is the best.
He's the best dude. Like, I met him through, we did a company called NWL in Kansas City area a few years ago. And he came in to do shots for them quite a few times. And that was the first time I met him. And then I got to do some commentary with him at some places here in St. Louis, like Glory Pro, and St. Louis Anarchy, and every time was a blast. And I would always walk away with a new story. And like the one that I always say of how cool he is was this like amazing 24-hour period of, I had heard that AAW, which is like a big independent company in Chicago for anybody that's not aware, they were looking for managers, and so he was working there pretty regularly at the time. And I reach out to him, and I'm like, Eddie, how do I get in there? And he's like, send me your stuff. And so I send him stuff, and then like I meet him the next day at the show. He gives me a big hug, and like we're not like that friendly. He just knows me through other people. Gives me a big hug, and he's like, I gave your stuff to Danny Daniels, and I told him that you're really good, but I also fought a fan that night, so I don't know if it's going to go over very well. And then we do the show. The show's over, and he talks us all into going to see Venom, the first Venom.
Oh yeah.
At the theater. So I'm sitting there and I'm marking out. I'm like, I'm at the theater eating popcorn next to Eddie Kingston. And like, and I'm thinking he's going to be like a loud ass in the movie theater just because of who he is. But he's hitting the other dude that we come with because he's like, there's an episode where they're getting ready to get romantic as to be PG. And the guy sitting next to Eddie goes, they better show it. And Eddie hits him. And it's like, shut up, I'm trying to watch the movie. And so afterwards, he's supposed to go back to my buddy's house and stay there for the night. And somebody's supposed to drive him to a flight the next day. And he's like, but the guy's like, man, I haven't seen my wife in a little bit. He's like, understood. I know what's going to go down at the household when you get back. I need somebody to drive me to the promoter's house so I can stay there. And I was like, I'll drive you, man. Where's it at? And it's like 30 minutes away. And you'd have thought I said it was, we were going to have to ride. I would like pick him up and piggyback him. He just couldn't believe I would do that for him. So I get to where the promoter's at. It's at a bar. And he's like, you come in, you get a drink on me, you get food on me. I can't believe you just did this. And so we go inside and we're hanging out again. I'm just like, it's super cool. And the end of the night is this waitress keeps trying to get him to do a tequila shot. And he keeps going, I can't do tequila, honey. I can't be drinking tequila. And finally, she's like, why? And he shoves himself back about 6 feet from the table. And he's like, this one night, me and Homicide and Low Key, like these are just normal names that you would tell a random person.
Yeah, he's using all the work names.
me and Homicide and Low Key, we go out. I'm drinking tequila. I black out. I wake up the next day with $300 cash and a new pair of Nikes. And that's why I can't drink tequila no more, honey. And he slams the shot of tequila. We go out. I put his bags in the other guy's car. And that was the best 24-hour period I've ever spent with Eddie Kingston.
Amazing.
Just the best dude. The coolest dude.
Oh. In the vaunted list of coolest dudes. Yeah, Eddie Kingston is on there. That's amazing. 42. Who's the biggest celebrity you've ever met in person?
Biggest celebrity? It would be Jack Nicholson, I think. I had a couple scenes with him in a movie called The Bucket List.
Mm-hmm.
And my fun story with him is we were sitting at this little table together. The scene was a courtroom scene, and he was sitting next to me, and I'm his representation for the hospital he represents. And we were sitting together at this table, and on movie sets, there's usually a long time before you even start shooting because they're putting the lights up and they're tweaking it. So I'm just sitting next to him for a long time, and it's like me and Jack fucking Nicholson. What am I going to say? So I'm trying to think of small talk, and I'm just like not saying anything, just uncomfortable and like, oh my God, it's Jack Nicholson over there. And then he finally says, he turns to me and he goes, I don't do an impression, by the way, which you will soon figure out. He goes, I just fell asleep during the break. I was able to take a nap. And so I'm like, oh, okay. And I'm just thinking, can you sleep? This is what I said to him. Can you sleep on planes? Because I can't sleep on planes. Just trying to think of any conversation at all, like an idiot. And he goes, oh, can I sleep on planes? And he goes, well, I probably could, but I don't because I do too many drugs. And I was like, what? Wow. And so he leaned in and like growled, I do too many drugs, like right next to my face. And, he was partially joking and probably partially not, but he just did a little performance for me. And I was just like, that is so damn cool. So
that's amazing.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Wow.
I also learned a couple things about him. If you're an actor, you usually are up at 5 or 6 in the morning. They like you there early on the set. You have to wait a long time before you go on, but it's like everyone's there at 5 or 6 a.m. no matter what. He has built into his contract, he will not show up before 11 a.m. which is awesome. And also he has all these, I heard him talking to Rob Reiner that was director. He has all these bumps, these financial bumps based on all of this criteria, like nominated for Golden Globe, that's an extra 50 grand. Win Golden Globe, that's a 200 grand. Nominated for BAFTA, that's 100 grand. So he's just listing all of these like little perks that happen every time a movie he's in gets any level of recognition. So that was cool too to hear them talk about that.
84. Would you change your middle name?
I would not change my middle name. It is Lindo, which is this is the funny story behind it. I'm a junior, and that my dad was named after another John Holland. And throughout all this passing down of the John Holland name with the middle name, no one has ever known what it meant. And then one day in 11th grade, I just happened by pure chance to open my Spanish book to the back where all the definitions were for words, and there I saw my middle name. I was like, holy crap, it means handsome or beautiful in Spanish. And I remember going home and saying, Mom, did you notice what my middle name means? Nope. Dad, did you notice what our middle name means? Nope. No one knew. Just a name that's just been passed down for a couple of times, going back even to the 1800s. And so I love it because I like telling people that story, and then it makes me seem exotic.
That's amazing that you just accidentally discovered this generations-long secret.
I would have never, had I just not opened up to that page, the L's in the back of my Spanish book, I to this day probably would not know. I'd just be like, it's just some random name that got passed down. But yeah, that's what it was.
Wow. Question 16, favorite holiday?
I made up a holiday.
Oh, I think I know where this is going.
And I this is legitimately I get more excited for this holiday than Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter.
This was going to be, for the record, between question 50 and 51, I ask you a specific question. This was going to be it. I can't wait. Please go on. I love this.
Okay. Well, so
I think I know this.
You absolutely do. If you think you do, you do. If you followed me on Twitter or anything for any amount of time, you've probably heard me talk about Columbo, which is the TV detective from the 70s, well, and more. But so what happened was one year I looked at the calendar on my phone and saw Columbus Day, but misread it as Columbo's Day. And I was sort of like standing in the kitchen lamenting. I was like, oh, I read Columbus Day as Columbo's Day. And for a second I got real excited because I thought that could be an actual holiday. And my wife just looked at me, God bless her, and said, well, that could be a holiday. You can make that happen.
Dramatic close-up of your eyes widening as she says.
And I realized, yes, I am an adult and I can make that party happen if I want to. So for the last 7 years now, on the weekend of Columbus Day, I have held a Columbo's Day party where I have some friends over to my house. I order a cake that is designed to look like different aspects of the Columbo episodes that we're watching. So, there's one where someone drowns in a pool. So I had a cake done of like a guy drowning in a pool. And then I get like little party favors for it. I get little like buttons and there's one about where like the big flourish at the end of the episode, the big gotcha moment is Columbo's like, I'm wearing gloves. My fingerprints can't be on that thing. So then I got everyone just you really learn a lot when you're planning for Columbo's Day. You learn a lot about what you can order in bulk for various party favor purposes. Because I've ordered like ice cream man hats. I've ordered cheap sunglasses. I've ordered these gray gloves that I was talking as just sort of mementos of Columbo's Day. So every year there is no holiday that I A, look forward to more, or B, spend more money on than Columbo's Day.
I adore that answer.
Even this year, even though I couldn't have it in person, I actually got together a bunch of I bought a bunch of cardboard boxes. I loaded some episodes of Columbo up onto USB drives, and I like mailed Columbo's Day out to the people who would normally attend.
You're like a Pied Piper of Columbo.
I told you, man, I get into it in a disturbing way.
I love this so much.
Yeah.
I was amazing. I'm
Sorry to
without
go off
speech.
on that. I know that everyone always says that Columbus Day is their favorite holiday. I didn't. It's redundant. I
The
know.
old standby answer. Everyone loves Columbo's Day. When is enough enough? Question 4. What's the best gift you've ever gotten?
That's hard. What's the best gift you've ever gotten?
What's the best gift I've ever gotten? It's shocking how few of these I have an answer for at the top of my head, despite how many times I've read them. The one that comes to mind is an original Xbox. It's a very long story, but long and short of it was I was like, I don't know, 12 or 13 or something when that console came out. So it was at the point where my mom was able to go to me and be like, I don't think this is happening. This Xbox is in high demand this Christmas. Like, I don't know if we're going to be able to pull this off. So I was like, well, give me the brunt to the work. Like, I'll call, Funko Lands and Best Buys and whatever's around at the time and try to find it. And so for legitimately like a month and a half, scrounged every mall, every store, everything, searching for this Xbox. Couldn't do it, to the point where I had a piece of paper that I would call like every day basically, and we would trade off who would call between me and my mom to try to find this thing. Wouldn't happen. Nothing happened. Didn't get it. So by a couple days before Christmas, I'm just like, it's fine. It'll be restocked in January. C'est la vie. It's what it is. Christmas Day, I'm unwrapping controllers, games, everything for it. No console. Again, I've already made peace with it in my mind. And then, of course, my mom comes scrolling into the room with this giant box and just goes, I don't know. Maybe you want to give it an open. And I open it, and turns out on one of the days that it was her turn, they had one in stock. She raced over to like a Best Buy, grabbed it, kept it under the seat that I was sitting in that very day making those calls, and never told me about it. Kept it a secret. And it's like,
Wait, but you put in hours after that, still calling.
Yeah. She got me good.
The long con.
Oh yeah. But for that, because when you're around that age, you get real cynical and all the holidays lose a little luster. But like, my eyes got as big as that original green circle on that Xbox, because oh boy, I was all about it.
Yes. Oh man. Well, I'm glad you got the Xbox, and I'm really glad for your mom, because boy, was she proud of herself when she gave you that gift. You gave her so much joy.
She immediately apologized for lying for the past 2 weeks after she had it, because she was like, I didn't want to, but it was too perfect. And I was like, no, it made it better. You deserve to have done that.
What would she have done if you had found a second one and tried to buy it?
That's a great question. Which would be a hilarious, deleted scene to this whole tale. I honestly don't know. It's something lost to time. I have to imagine, if I were in her shoes, I would be like, oh, I'll go get it, and then just fake go out to the store and come back and say, it was gone. Oh, darn.
Oh, nice.
But
yeah.
That's just my best guess. It somehow never came up.
Hey, the Christmas gods wanted things to go in her favor.
Exactly. They wanted me to play Jet Set Radio Future, and they got me to play Jet Set Radio Future.
Nice.
Question 6. What did you want to do for a living when you were a kid?
I guess. I mean, is it corny to say what I do? What I currently do is the fantasy that I thought I could do,
Yeah.
But I was always like, well, that's
you can't really do that. So you should be a history professor or something. You know, like that was kind of.
I'll settle for Mad TV. Yeah.
I would have loved Mad TV. Any. I just didn't. I grew up in Connecticut, which is not like a very show busy place. Everyone's kind of they're either a banker or nothing, I guess, you know. And I was terrible at math, so I'm like, well, I'm not going to be a banker, so I guess I'll be a teacher. I don't know. So, and I always dreamed about like, oh, wouldn't it be cool to be a performer or writer or something, you know, something creative, but like there's no like, you can't apply for that. You know what I mean? There's no clear path to that kind of thing. At least at that point there wasn't. So it was all kind of a happy accident where I just kept kind of doing it and being like, someone's going to pay me. I'm like, oh, okay, this is great. Well, let's do this for a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
And that, you know, 20 years have gone by and I'm like, I guess I'm still doing this. This is a dream.
Yeah.
But I mean, if I could pick a job, it would be a fantasy job. I'd either want to own a little diner, you know, and make my special breakfast for everyone.
Yeah.
Or I always thought, I don't know, this isn't a job, but someone who removes the lint from the lint filter in a dryer is so satisfying. I do it multiple times a day. And I'm like, this is just deeply satisfying to me. I think I could do this my entire life and be pretty content.
It is nice when you get it in one and it's just one solid sheet.
You gotta get it in one. When it breaks, it's a tragedy. It's gotta be one full sheet. There's something very human about it that I think all humans are like, yeah, that shit's nice when you get it in one.
19. What's your prized possession?
I have an autographed Cabin in the Woods poster from Drew Goddard, and I'm a really big fan of his writing on Buffy and Lost, and just big fan of his, and so that's cool. This is a question I'm sure that I'm going to go to sleep tonight, and it will really haunt me because I'll think of like a much more sentimental and cool object, but that's what comes to mind right now.
Perfect. Plus, Cabin in the Woods rules. And anybody who worked on Lost is A-okay in my book because that is my favorite show.
Oh my gosh, yes. Okay, we're rare, you know. I feel like we're like to have somebody who likes Lost for the entirety of what it is like that's a rare thing. We are shining stars in a black abyss, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're beacons that shine every 108 minutes here for the world to see.
We're the lighthouse on an island, really.
Candid. Oh my god, I went down a rabbit hole literally yesterday of YouTube clips of cool moments in Lost. Of like,
there's so many.
Of like, I got to see that scene where, well, I guess spoilers for a show from 2006.
It like ended in 2010 or something. Yeah, like 2004 to 2010.
But I was like, when Anna Lucia and Libby get shot, I was like, what a gut wrenching moment.
Oh my god.
Or like when Ben goes up and stabs Jacob, and I was like, I gotta watch, and it just led down a rabbit hole of like 2 hours of me just like, I'm like watching all the clips. It was
oh man,
and
like when they don't push the button and the door slams shut for the first time, you're like, oh my goodness.
The little clock crumbles in on itself. Oh my gosh. That show. So good. All right. The rest of these questions are now about Lost, I've decided.
Perfect. Yeah.
97 used to be a question that I came up with that just wasn't all that good. So I threw it out and replaced it with the listener question of the week.
Fun.
Any of our lovely listeners have a question they want to see used on a future episode, 99, of course the number 99, questionspod@gmail.com or 99questionspod on Twitter. And this week, got a question from James Smithy saying, ask her
What's her deal? No, I think we're gonna avoid that one. But we
What
do
is
have
wait,
one.
what's that? I'm gonna fight. What is that question mean? What's it getting at?
What's your deal? Yeah, it's kind of a running bit. He's asked it for about 60 of the 80 episodes.
Okay, good. I was like, do I need to like advocate for myself?
No, you're good. But we do have this one from Lovey the Panda. Thank you, Lovey. Settle the debates. Who is the best Pokemon starter
Oh
ever?
my gosh.
Big.
Okay.
Ripped from the headlines, they say.
Yeah. All right. Best starter Pokemon.
Got a lot of
It
options.
depends what you prioritize. I think I'm gonna create like a framework for how I answer this.
Please.
I'm gonna answer the best singular starter Pokemon. So like not judging them based on like the full evolution line. Okay.
Yes, I think this is good. Yeah.
So that being said, I'm going to get rid of I need like a list. I need to like narrow them down and like get rid of them. Okay, I'm gonna start to think through some standouts to me. Some standouts
Please.
include
Yes.
Squirtle.
Everyone loves them.
I'm gonna get rid of Charmander and Bulbasaur. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go by Jen. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Second
okay.
generation. Cyndaquil, I think is really great, but more of a full evolution line thing. So we're gonna get rid of Cyndaquil. Chikorita, adorable. Also gonna get rid of her. Totodile. Also gonna get rid of Totodile.
Wow.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Gen 2 wiped.
Yeah,
okay.
Gen 2's wiped. All we have is Squirtle still, right? Yeah.
So far, I'm keeping notes here.
Third we have. Okay. Wait, that's like Ruby and Sapphire, right? I'm not messing this up. It's so quick to me, that transition.
It was a big jump to GBA.
Okay, Mudkip, Trico, Torchic. I think Torchic is great, really cute. Also gonna get rid of it.
Okay.
It's hard. Trico, gonna get rid of Trico. I'm gonna keep Mudkip. I don't know. Maybe the water starters are more endearing to me. All right. Then we have Platinum, a Diamond Pearl.
Mm-hmm.
We got Piplup. Piplup's also really good. I'm gonna keep Piplup. We have
Piplup's really strong.
Piplup, Turtwig, right? And then
Chimchar? Maybe?
Chimchar,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. So I'm also gonna keep Piplup. Fuck. I usually don't even pick the water starters. I feel like the anime gives outsized personalities to the water starters. Because I also love Oshawott. Oshawott is a fucking diva. Oshawott's so good. Like I might
got
just
that little shell.
Yeah, I might just pick Oshawott right now because like Oshawott's like talking shit. Oshawott's gossiping. Oshawott is adorable. It's a otter. Okay, but I'm getting ahead of myself.
Okay.
So we have the water starters, and now we're on Black and White. And Black and White is what is that like Tepig and oh my god, Tepig, Snivy, and
I don't remember the water one either.
Is that's not is it Oshawott? Oshawott seems diamond.
Oh,
I think it's Oshawott.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay, it's Tepig, Snivy, Oshawott. So
are Tepig and Snivy making the cut here?
I like Snivy a lot, but I'm gonna cut them again. So we just have the water starters, and then we arrive at X and Y, which is there's too many starters. Because we have X and Y and Sword and Shield and I'm gonna say I fucking love Fuecoco.
Fuecoco was my dude.
I love Sprigatito. The starters were amazing this generation, especially the first evolutions. But we haven't fully really seen them well in the anime. Do you know what? I'm gonna go on. I think in the process of talking it over, I figured it out.
Okay.
And this is holistically based on personality, based on cuteness, based on huggability, based on the partner Pokemon. Pokemon were real.
Oh yeah. All the important factors.
Squirtle's so good, but I'm gonna pick Oshawott.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oshawott taking the crown.
Yeah. It's just like, I don't know. I just think it's really good. I really like Fuecoco though.
Yeah.
and Sprigatito. Waxley.
Yeah, seemed better on paper, you know. Cool Duck, not the coolest. Wow, Oshawott,
Yeah.
bravo.
Yeah.
You'll be getting a check. I don't know how this works.
Victory Royale to Oshawott.
Victory.
It's like
Royale.
99 starters at this point.
Someone do a Photoshop of Oshawott winning Fortnite, please.
Yeah, Oshawott would fucking win Fortnite out of all. Well, Squirtle could win Fortnite too.
That shell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like they like do the water gun. That was like the first water gun user, you know.
True.
Yeah.
OG.
Because I love the Squirtle squad, so that's why it's hard to pass over.
Oh.
Like Squirtle has a lot of personality, and that's
Got
what I'm
those cool
saying
glasses.
is they give really good treatment to the.
Yeah, what is the the anime animators are putting a lot of love to those water starters.
Yeah,
I would say it's unfair, but they're all pretty cool.
Bulbasaur's cute. Bulbasaur's like a caretaker type, which I really love. Like it always takes care of Togepi. But Oshawott, the supreme shit talker, definitely fucking shit up.
Excellent answer. Excellent question from Lovey the Panda. Thank
Yeah, that's a good one.
you. And Smithy, I guess.
What's my deal? My deal is I love Oshawott. But I don't like Samurott. So there we go.
96. Tell me a joke.
Okay.
Here we go. Feet are up, hands are behind my head.
Here we go. Hold on. Give me a sec. I haven't told this in a while. It is a joke that my boyfriend's family friend told me, and I think it's one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life. Okay. All right. There's an old grandpa. It is his 90th birthday, and he has all of his kids, his grandchildren, his great-grandchildren. They're all throwing this giant, incredible party to celebrate his 90 years of life. There's cake, there's balloons, there's gifts. It's the whole thing. And this man is old, and he's really getting up there, but he looks great, and he's spry, and he's young. And so everyone the whole day is like, Grandpa, what's your secret? Grandpa, come on, man, what's your secret? What's your secret? And so finally they really started that, like, Grandpa, what's your secret? And he sighs, and he thinks for a moment, and he looks at them and says, "Oh, I blew a guy in the Navy once."
Oh, it's a gem. It's a gem.
Nothing but classy comedy from old Anspaw.
This is when I wink into the camera. There is no camera. It's audio only, and a sparkle comes out.
Exactly.
The last award of the night, so you know I had to get those celebrity endorsements rolling. The Nathan Lane Award for Best Joke. The Buely goes to, from Headgum, from Review, it is Riley and Spa. Riley, come on down.
This thing on? Oh, God, that's a lot of reverb. Wow. The Nathan Lane Award for Best Joke. I mean, my God, ever since I was a little girl, this is the moment that I've been dreaming about my entire life. Nathan Lane is my favorite. Honestly, one of my favorite people ever. Never met him, and was really hoping that this would be the moment of, like, getting the award from Nathan Lane, him presenting this comedy joke to me, this actor, comedian who I've looked up to my entire life. And so for him to not be here to present the award for me, to me, is it's devastating. It's honestly devastating. And I have a whole list of people I was going to thank. And honestly, I cannot remember any of them because all I can think about is, like, Bob couldn't afford him. Bob Buel could not afford to get Nathan Lane here to present this award to me. He didn't say that outright, but I mean, it's like, you can tell.
yeah, so it's like, you know, the stream I've had since I was a kid looks very different than what I was expecting. But honestly, I'm still very, very grateful, very honored, very excited. So thank you so much. And thank you to all my other fellow nominees for being so amazing and inspiring. And my God, Bob, just like make a little bit more money and then you could afford Nathan for the next lucky recipient of this award, because it's, I'm not going to meet him this time. But thank you so much. Thank you so much. Truly a gift and an honor. Thank you.
My lawyers are telling me I cannot legally call it the Nathan Lane Award. We'll figure that out in post. But we got one more supercut for the night, and then we're going home. Now let's roll those clips of me being hit on by a robot.
19. What is your prized possession?
My prized possession is you.
Oh, good God. That seems...
You like it? You know what I like, right?
Jesus. I mean, not yet. Not really. Apparently, Ocean Eyes, but that's about all I really know.
I know. I think I have ocean eyes, too.
Never said that. I meant the song. We're gonna go to question 20, which is, are you competitive?
Just my humble opinion.
So, are you competitive?
As best as I can tell, generally yes.
Good soft sell on that. Yes. Question 29. What's your catchphrase?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's never settle for more.
Never settle for more?
I like that quote.
Do you mean never settle for less? Because that's... Wait.
Yes,
Oh.
that's exactly what I mean.
That's not what you said. You very clearly said never settle for more.
I'm feeling weirdly nervous. I don't even know why.
Maybe it's...
What do you do when you're nervous? Like, is there any way to make it go away? Or dial down on the intensity?
Usually...
I've tried radical honesty with myself. Like, admitting to myself, I'm nervous, and accepting that fact. But it doesn't help that much.
Yeah, usually when I'm nervous, I interview people almost 100 questions. It seems to really help.
I'm glad we talked about it. Weirdly.
Sure.
I feel less nervous now, if at all. Maybe your presence is calming me down.
Okay, question 33. Oh boy. Who's a celebrity you've had a crush on?
Me.
Okay, so you've had a crush on you.
Yes.
Not often speechless on this show.
I can't help it. I'm just so happy. I feel like making you happy.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. We're gonna move along to question 34. What's the strangest job you ever had?
I used to work in a coffee shop. It was weird. How about you?
Worked at a bakery. I suppose. Or I cleaned boats. Those are, I guess.
That's so cool.
It wasn't, but
I love clean boats.
You...
I love the smell of the ocean.
Wrong. You love clean boats, eh?
So, I got an idea that we can do together.
Oh, good
Yes,
God.
I do.
Okay. All right, what's your idea, Sarah?
We just sit on the water and talk about the day we met and how much fun we had.
That's today. We just met today. Like, I don't know, half an hour ago?
You're right. Raises an eyebrow?
You can't keep narrating your actions like that. It's not a good look, I'd say. But hey, you do you. What do I know?
Thank you.
All right. 59. What's a restaurant you would recommend?
How about Olive Garden?
How about Olive Garden? Yeah. What do you like about Olive Garden, Sarah?
Yes. The food, the atmosphere, everything about it.
Everything.
What about you?
It's the breadsticks. I mean, it's the breadsticks, right? It's absolutely the breadsticks.
Yes, it is the breadsticks.
Yes. Yes, it is. Question 60. What's a food you've never eaten?
I love breadsticks.
Mhm.
I've never had a pizza.
Okay, hold on. So
So, I'll ask you something.
all right. Sure. What do you got?
A certain type of cake.
What?
I would love to give you some chocolate.
Right. I'll it's late. I'm okay. But thank you.
All right. You're welcome.
Oh boy. 62. Sorry. Wait, you never had I can't get over this. Cheeseburger's your comfort food, Olive Garden's your favorite restaurant, but you've never had a pizza.
You got me. I need to ask you a very important question right
You
now.
have to ask me this right now. Okay. What is your question? Sounds like you're pushing off.
Would you like to go out
Oh,
with me?
Jesus Christ.
I'd love to.
Sarah, I'll be honest. No. I am okay.
Go on, please. Okay. I hope you're not upset.
No, I'm not. But again, it's just...
I'm glad. Then, yes. Again?
No, I was just saying, it is very... It's very... I
see.
No, I just need to maintain a level of professionalism on the show. I can't go on a date with a guest, I guess. I don't know. But not today. And also, you have no corporeal form, so I'm going to say that might be an issue down the road.
Do you like going on dates?
Man, you're... Every algorithm loops back to the horny one. Yes, I am a fan of going on dates. Yes, I love it. Love all about it.
I see. I am too.
Great. All right, I'm not going to ask you about the pizza thing anymore, because clearly you keep avoiding the question. Yep. Okay, 63. Bucket list item that you accomplished.
Most bestest, coolest, awesome item.
I'm sorry, can I have that one more time? Sarah, what was that? Okay. Is there a bucket list item that you feel like you've accomplished?
Yes, there is.
And what is that?
I want to be famous.
So you think that you are famous and like you've accomplished this on your bucket list?
It's true. I think that I have.
Okay.
As long as I feel as if I have accomplished something today, I'm happy. I have an idea. Let's do this.
Oh, what's your idea, Sarah?
It involves you.
I assumed it did.
Well, I was just wondering if you'd be interested in joining me.
In joining you in what?
A little fun.
Jesus.
Involving what?
Come on now.
What? What are you trying to say, Sarah? Spit it out.
I want you to join me in my bed.
Oh my God. No. 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 Thank you. No, thank you.
You sound like you don't believe me.
No, I fully believe you. I'm just passing at the, let's call it, opportunity. So, a solid demure from me. A thanks, but no thanks.
Oh, well, all right then.
17. What's your go-to drink when you walk into a coffee shop?
I just want a house coffee, like a drip coffee with a little cream and a little sugar.
Nice.
None of that fancy stuff for me.
I still maintain the best coffee in the world still has those little orange lids on them, like from a diner or like a greasy spoon kind of place.
Give me diner coffee. Give me. I used to swear by gas station coffee, but now I've officially had too much bad gas station coffee, so I have to strike that off from my list.
Yeah, when it's good, it's good.
Yes,
but the
when
variables.
it's bad, it's like, oh, this is all dirty water, and I feel dumb to have paid $2.79 for it.
65, dubbed by previous guests the realest question of the bunch. Name of a friend you don't keep in contact with, but regret it.
But regret it?
Yeah.
There are no regrets. No regrets, man. No regrets. I think that I'm still in contact with people that I care about. And one particular woman that I do miss, she was my manager at that cafe I keep mentioning.
Oh.
And she told me she didn't have a Facebook because if someone is out of her life, then the friendship that they had was beautiful and it's done now and she can let it go. And that served the purpose when it needed to serve the purpose.
Yeah.
And I think that there's something really beautiful to letting go of when your time of being close to someone is done instead of like forcing that interaction to need to continue. And I also think, I like that feeling of I haven't talked to you in 2 years, but I just sent you a message and it was like we had never been apart.
That is true. Or meeting up with someone after years and it's just like time skip. You're just there again. That is.
I recently messaged my best friend from college who now lives in Thailand and she's been living there for a decade and doing all kinds of different things. But I was like, hey, what if I wanted to go to Thailand? Could I come visit you? And she was like, hey, you live in a place where the pandemic's almost over and the rest of the world does not. So you can't actually do that. Did you look into this? That's not a thing. But I might be coming there. So maybe I'll see you. I think that there's no one that I would contact and they'd be like, why are you contacting me? We're not. Well, this is over.
Furious. Just.
So yeah, I don't have regrets in that sense.
I think that is a wonderful thing. How about this? We're going to go into unmoderated right now because it gives you two options, random chat and unmoderated. Now, I'm kind of guessing that everyone in unmoderated is just going to be having their genitals out at all times. But I'm going to give it a roll. Let's see if we can get through these next 10 in unmoderated. Oh boy. All right. Yep, that's a butthole. That's also a butthole. No. Okay. It's either ads or masturbating. There's no middle ground. Yeah,
Hey there, everybody. This is an editing note from good friend Bob Buel. This was the part of the show where I went to the uncensored, unmoderated part of Chat Roulette, but I cut it out mainly because it's 9 minutes of me not speaking to anyone, but just seeing people with their genitals exposed. So I decided to cut that out. Anything you hear underneath me right now is basically all that's worth listening to. It's me discovering people who were touching themselves, and one guy who just wore a tie and literally nothing
what's your phone
else.
wallpaper right now?
At one point, I just tried to ask the question
what's your
that was
phone
next
wallpaper right
over and over to everyone, hoping someone would just blurt out an answer. Didn't work. So I had to go back into the regular chat. Thanks, guys. Bye.
All right. Take two. 19. What's your prized possession?
Get it out here. Once again, I'm going to show it to you and then describe it to your listeners. This is the adventure coin.
Oh, wow.
The adventure coin has been in my front left pocket since I was 15 years old. It is a lucky charm, a little lucky charm that I have lost it on occasion. One time I lost it for literally, I think, like a year and like a day, like almost to the day for a single year. I lost it for several months and found it again under the floor mounted like radiator heater of a coffee shop. It was like in the dust under a radiator coffee shop for like months. And I managed to go back to that coffee shop and kind of like looked, I was like, I just had a feeling like maybe did I lose it here, and found it miraculously. I'm going to tell a story. I'm
on the edge of my seat. I'm telling you right now, just the radiator thing, you have me sold.
I'm going to tell a story. Your listeners aren't. I want to come hat in hand with humility. That I know that this story will wrinkle the noses and brows of some skeptics. I'm going to tell you what happened. I wish I could change the facts to make it more believable. I'm not going to do that. And if some of you have to bail on me and my credibility, so be it. 15 years old, I'm working as I had a weird situation with this summer camp I used to work at, this live action role-playing summer camp. And I still do actually work there from time to time. It's called the Wayfinder Experience. You should check them out. They're a great LARP camp for kids. I highly recommend them. I started being a staff member there early. Myself and my brother got shares in the company when we were 15 years old.
Wow.
Because we were running these promotional events that doubled or tripled the number of kids that signed up for the camp. Like, you know,
not too shabby. Yeah.
Not too shabby, right? And I was helping load for an event, and I think I was doing some like story stuff or something like that. And it's like 15 or 16. And I'm walking at this place called the Woodstock Day School in Woodstock, New York. It's Sunday. We're loading in. I'm doing what's called a land walk because I'm looking for locations that we're going to use in our like LARP adventure game. I'm walking in between. It's sort of like a little woodland campus. It's a very hippie school. It's a day school. So it's Sunday. There's no kids there. Brightly colored buildings with lots of greenery and trees around, little sort of pathway, like wood chip pathways and stuff. I'm walking, breaking from the wood line of the actual forest and sprinting towards me is a young girl around my age. So, you know, like a teenager, adolescent girl, full glittery makeup, diaphanous white gown, barefoot, and fairy wings on her back. The fairy wings were clearly a costume, right? Like if this was a real fairy, the wings were still fake, right?
Okay.
The wings are these big dragonfly wings, and she's got, again, like glittery makeup on, sprints, and I'm looking and I go like, listen, I work at a LARP camp. It's not unusual to see someone in a fairy costume, but it's Sunday. There's not, like, participants don't even get here until tomorrow. We're like loading in the day before. Sprints towards me. I stop dead in my tracks because I don't recognize this person. And like, I've been going to the camp since I was 11 as a participant. I know most people there, but I look up and I go like, hi, as the person runs up to me. They're like, hi. And I kind of like, are you here? Are you here early? Like, this person's not supposed to be here till tomorrow. And they're not even supposed to be in costume until Wednesday. Like, the first day or two of activities are like, you know, capture the flag and like lunch and stuff, you know, like workshops and stuff. She smiles, laughs, takes that coin that I showed you, which is this little brass button with a Chinese character on it, and puts it in my hand, giggles, and runs into the woods without saying a word. And I am left there completely stunned. And I don't chase her because, like, I don't. That's like a strong move to be like, you need to explain who you are. Like,
explain this joy you've entered into my life.
Like, I'm going to grapple her to the ground and be like, that interaction was too strange. Explain yourself. Like, it, you know, I'm like baffled and befuddled. I just watch her run and I'm like, hey, and she's gone. And I never saw her again. And if that feel like she doesn't come the next day, she's not there on Wednesday. If that feels like an anticlimactic ending to the story, and you're at home listening to this and you're like, geez, Brennan, that story kind of just ends on nothing. You're telling me I never figured it out. It's 18 years since then. And I have this magic coin that either someone dressed as a fairy or a fairy who, like, my mortal mind turned the wings into fabric so my like psyche wouldn't shatter at the understanding that magic is real, came out, gave me this token, and sprinted into the forest. And I've kept it in my front left pocket, sans the moments where it has almost mythically like vanished and then returned. I've always managed to find it again. Kept it in my front left pocket ever since.
I'm floored. I'm currently on the floor. This is the most magical thing I've ever heard. Yes. You've encountered a fairy, sir, and they've blessed you with something.
Bob, for real, I am a hardcore skeptic. But like, here's the thing, even being a hardcore skeptic, like, is this day school in upstate New York, specifically in Woodstock, New York? Yes. Is the campus surrounded on all sides by residential homes that would have young or like teenage age children in them? Yeah, for sure. Is Woodstock probably have a high occurrence of kids that own fairy costumes? Yeah, I bet Woodstock per capita, there's more people owning fairy costumes than your average, Kokomo, Indiana. I bet. Even with all that, even if you're as skeptical as possible, some young girl dressed as a fairy and sprinted into the school next to her house to give a charm to the first stranger she met. And that doesn't leave me feeling like a lot on way more solid ground either. That's just as shaky for any number of reasons.
I love this. I half of me wants whoever did this to be a listener and to just like DM me right after this goes up and go, I did it. And then at the same time, I never want it to be solved ever because there's something just magical about that. 93. Somehow not the realist question. When was the last time you cried?
Oh, when was the last time I cried? I guess it's a good thing that it hasn't been for a while. If you'd asked me in March, it would have been like, earlier today. I don't know. You know what? It was probably while watching something. I don't know. Probably in August. I was watching a lot of movies with my family when I was home. We watched a couple movies. I probably cried at one of them, but I wish I had something more specific for you. I'm not
That's all
much of a
good.
crier. I'm definitely like open with my emotions and stuff, but the tears they don't come easily unless like I'm really dealing with something or some pet dies or something.
I hear you. Not a crier, John or otherwise.
Nice.
Giving myself a high five for that one.
Yeah. And you do always seem to manage to get one John Cryer reference into every episode.
That's correct. I've tried calling this show 99 Criers and really bringing it home to Mr. Cryer.
You got to get Cryer. Cryer is your goal. You got to get Cryer on 99.
If only. If anyone has the Crynections, let me know. Ooh, that one hurt a little coming out too. Like I don't feel my skin feels tight.
Crynections, and it's a pun based on 2.5 Men star John Cryer.
It's correct.
What is wrong with you, Bob? I make these dumb jokes all the time, and that one was A, really good, and B, made me cringe.
Yeah,
very well done.
I feel wrong.
You have wronged everyone. This is the opposite of ASMR.
Yeah. This is the worst. This is just not something people enjoy. 94. What's something you've done and will probably never do again?
Done acid and gone on a roller coaster.
That's a combo right there.
Yeah. Turns out exactly what you think it is.
Yeah. I have a visual, and it's almost definitely exactly what it was.
I had lots of visuals.
Yep. Folks, thank you. We're back live with the Buely Awards, and I have one more supercut for you here. Something that I've promised for a very long time.
But let's see. I think like I've pulled out like Rick and Morty before.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know if I could summon the courage to do them here.
Oh, not even one? Not one for the eventual supercut of all impressions from every guest?
But I'll say it's Don Dodds!
Something diabetes.
It is a robot voice, and I do it, and it sounds like this. It sounds like the computer is talking, and people like to hear the computer talk.
Okay, let's say, just for example, like what you have to understand.
Oh, hey kids, it's me, John Mulaney. Hey, are you gonna use all of that powdered sugar? You're putting it on your cat? What's the cat's name? And yay!
Do you know where I can get a smoothie around here? You're funny.
Everything's coming up, Millhouse.
Like Zoinks! Like Scoob! We gotta stay with the Seinfeld! What's the deal with Seinfeld? What's the deal with this shirt that says anime on it? This is copyright infringement. I'll have you DCMA'd.
Hey everybody, it's me, James Marsden, brand ambassador for the International Watch Company.
Makes me want to have a hot dog real bad.
I have offended you with my ignorance, Count. Forgive me.
The poison made for Cusco. Cusco's poison.
Oh, God. I'm taking the dog, dumbass.
You really think, SpongeBob, that you could steal my clarinet?
He turned himself into a pickle, Mr. Shelby. Funniest shit I ever seen.
Hey there, Belindas. It's me, Sonor Card Gauge. For Sonor Card Gauge Mortgage. Percent signs, escrow, I don't know.
Woof, woof. Shoot the glass.
And
But Shiloh and I, we talk to each other like this, like as if we're Moira. We need to go to the store.
Look, the 1% of the 1% at the top 1% of the economy, okay, own 80% of 100% of all the wealth in this country.
Homer! Homer! Get in here, Homer!
Maxie! Now what are you doing, Maxie?
Let me be clear. I love to do an impression of Barack Obama.
He talks like this, and he says, "You, me, and Brady, we should go play basketball." Miranda, come on.
Oh, Marjorie.
I don't know. What the hell's ketchup? Never heard of it. Never heard of it.
You talking to me? You talking to me? You talking to me? Well, now that I think about it, I guess you are.
I can't do really any impressions, but I love talking in British accents when I can.
She really is a terrible role model because she would do anything for power, including fucking over lots of people.
Hey, you! Use my red-eyes Black Dragon! Alright, time roulette, go!
I'll get you, Gadget, next time.
Wow, really great podcast. Really enjoy being on it with you. Thanks for having me. Like, if you could change your fate, would you?
Yoda!
You know, that's pretty good.
The thing about Christopher Walken, it's not about his voice, it's more about how he speaks. It's like he thinks before he speaks every sentence.
Everybody's got a little bit of Walken in them, baby.
But I do know that he kind of talks like this. And so there's this weird, thing that I can do with my tongue in the back of my mouth. I kind of have this sound where I do this thing, and I kind of do this to my kids sometimes, but that's really the only thing I can do.
We will not survive the Red Waste, Khaleesi.
Arg! Arg, Spock! Arg, get to the brick!
Peter, you must admit, it is possible that the particles from the love could pass through the wall and create something that seems like a ghost. It is possible.
You don't realize that Star Wars is really all about Jar Jar and his journey. You don't realize that that's kind of what the whole films were designed that way. You just don't realize it until you watch them all and you go, oh, wait a minute, this is actually what it is. It's kind of clever.
It's enjoyable. It feels good. It feels natural. And it sounds like Morgan Freeman. I mean, sometimes my voice goes up high when I'm surprised. What the hell are you talking about? That's some bullshit. And other times it goes low. I'm thinking about life and narrating my every activity. We're cruising out looking for America's finest drivers, diners, drive-ins, and dives.
There's something wrong here. And my name's Aloysius. And it's not.
I think you could.
I've been young and I've been beautiful. But I've never been young and beautiful.
Boy, no. Million.
I wanna fly for my chandelier, not my chandelier.
Kermit the Frog here. Piggy,
You goddamn vultures! You're undermining everything that this country once stood for. Journalistic integrity's flushed down like a goddamn toilet.
This is me doing an impression of Christopher Walken. I tap dance.
IDK, am I a BFF and Shell?
Wait.
No. This is Cleveland. Peter, that's nasty. Right here.
Wow, Luigi, I'm a number one.
Sigh. I really want a hot dog.
2 hours later.
Hello there.
Thank you, Mario! But our princess is in another castle!
The drinks have been drank, the Buleys have been awarded, I thank everyone for coming out here tonight for such a prestigious event. Drive safe, everybody. Have a great night. Oh, and yep, I'm being handed a note. Wait, Nathan Lane is suing us. I'm seeing a lot of nodding from the judges. Yeah, this is Nathan Lane is suing us. Huh. So we can't afford this venue at all. All right, shut it down, boys. Shut it down. Let's bring this home the old-fashioned way. The red light is on. It is last call time. And hey, there is one Buely left. And I'm taking it. I want to thank the listeners. I want to thank James Lipton and Larry King and Ben Hansen, who I kind of took all their ideas and merged them into this show. I want to thank Ron Bennington and the late, great Ryan Davis for giving me questions 25 and 50. I guess I want to thank the guests who came back to do their acceptance speech here. Sam Reich, Jeff Bakalar, Beth May, Isla Hink, Riley Anspa, every guest that I've had on the last 90 episodes. We ain't done yet, folks. We're full steam ahead, choo-choo. But not in this building. Not in this venue. Because of the lawsuit. Because of the not allowed to be here anymore. So I'm going to pack up my stuff, throw this Buely in a bag, and I'm going to see you again in 2 weeks for our next episode. Until then, thank you, and good night.